Thank
But
you.
I'm only going to say it once because this is the board meeting. So, all right.
Right.
I'm only going to say it once
Lost my
because
time.
this is the board meeting. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Traducción, sorry. Traducción español disponible. Haga clic en el globo en la esquina interior derecha.
Perfecto, gracias. Everyone, buenas noches. At 6:06, we will convene this meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. We'll start off with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. And we'll move on now to roll call.
Ellen Wheeler,
Laura Blakely,
Devin Conley,
And Tamara Wilson. Let the record reflect 4 of the 5 trustees are present, and Trustee Gutierrez is not with us this evening. We will move on now to the approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion, please?
so moved.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and a motion moved by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Conley. The approval of the agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 2, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. I believe we have one community comment. Is that correct?
That is correct. So this one is from Steve Nelson, plaintiff in item 3.A. I would like to offer to talk and confer with Superintendent Rudolph as soon as possible after your meeting and direction to him and your counsel. Direct talk between us may help expedite our mutual understanding and lessen the need for lots of expensive legal work and lots of court time. Dr. Rudolph and I may be able to come to a rapid consensus on which items of the complaint/remedy we have agreement on. Every item on the complaint we agree to will be less items for the lawyers to work on. At hundreds of dollars per hour for the lawyers on both sides of this case, we might expedite a mutually satisfactory solution with the minimum amount of legal effort and costs. The lawsuit complaint states that the relief sought on page 5. If the school board and district want to settle on a judgment on fewer than all of these items, let me know. Any settlement of the case would need to be in writing and signed as approved by my attorney in the case. Best, Steve Nelson.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. There are no other additional comments on closed session items? Okay, so at 6:08, we will move on to closed session. Thank you, everyone. Oops. All right, it looks like everyone's back in. Oops. 1 minute. All right, so at 7:11, we will reconvene this meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. I'd like to report that no action was taken during closed session. We'll move on now to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Trustee Wheeler?
Second.
Oh, I think she was muted.
Yeah, Trustee Wheeler was first. Made the motion, yes?
She was muted. I didn't hear her.
He's still muted.
I think she's frozen now. Oh, there she is.
Okay, so here I am verbally making the motion.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And a motion moved by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Conley. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Move on now to communications and employee organizations. I'm seeing a back and forth head shake. Trustee Blakely?
I just wanted to see if we could congratulate all the teachers that were in the personnel report as having received tenure. I would just very proud of them all.
That's coming up in a few.
Oh, I thought that was in the consent. Okay, sorry.
That's
No-
item
no worries.
8D.
It's-
We can,
Yep,
but
that's
now
fine.
they get it twice. We love you, teachers. So there are no other members of employee organizations, Dr. Rudolph? Okay, district committees? I'm seeing a no, and superintendent.
All right, just a couple of quick items here. Just want to let everybody know we did take down the basketball hoops at all of our sites. There was a lot of social gatherings and non-social distancing. In fact, I think at one of the schools, Crittenden, the police reported to us that there was a basketball tournament with probably about 200 something parents. So this is a temporary item, but we, similar to not opening up our gyms or other places, we want to make sure that we are not encouraging people to gather in places. We do have signs up at our playgrounds, but I know some people have asked questions about the playgrounds. The playgrounds normally don't have 200 plus kids on them at any given time, whereas at the basketball courts, when there are 20 of them, it does encourage a different group of individuals to sort of to gather. And while I would love to play basketball, I haven't played in several months. And so I think if I can make it just until the end, we can all make it. Just a couple of quick things. Tomorrow we do have a check-in at 3:30. Just a community check-in. We'll be talking about some of the topics we've had today. And then also we will also be holding a cafecito September 23rd at 5:30 p.m. So those are the updates that I have. And then also we'll say congratulations to everyone who's earned tenure. I know they're on here now, and Tara's going to ask you to unmute and sort of show your camera or something of the fact. But congratulations. We take this very seriously. And so we're so glad that you have received permanent status. And finally, because of your great work and all that permanent status, everybody take Monday off. Just as my gift to you. Don't put it in at all. Just enjoy the day.
Congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. So we'll move on now to item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. I believe we have 1 or 2 written comments. Is that correct?
Sorry, we have 3 written comments.
Okay.
And then what we would encourage anybody who's on here who wants to make a comment on a non-agendized item that they raise their hand. All right, so the first comment comes from Alyssa Archell. Hello, I would like the district to address children whose parents would like a reduced amount of screen time during distance learning. Prior to COVID, the CDC recommendation on screen time for young children was 2 hours maximum day. Young children should not be required to be on the screen for so many hours, 5+ hours a day, including for PE. I do not feel it's healthy for my child's brain development, and additionally, I do not feel it's healthy for my child to be tethered to a laptop at 6 years old. I'm completely engaged with and concerned about my child's education, and that includes the negative side effects of so much screen time, which have yet to be studied. Currently, my first grader has 3 to 5 Zoom meetings a day, which are often for an hour or more. Videos shown by teachers, videos to be watched, assignments to be completed on screen and Seesaw, and apps including iReady, EduType, and more. My request would be that the district consider an alternate distant learning plan for families that care deeply that this is too much screen time for their children, as I do. These families would be given assignments in paper or PDF format with instructions. They would be required to submit all completed items and be required to attend an opening and closing Zoom meetings each day. They may remain on this plan if they are able to manage the classwork and perform the standards set by the teacher. I would also like the district to provide guidance on the effect aerosols and mistings may have in the classroom if children will be breathing aerosols related to cleaning once they are in the backgrounds. Best regards, Alyssa Archell. The second comment, dear board of MVWSD, sorry, this comes from Patty Spiller. I'm writing to urge you to submit a waiver for the lower grades for elementary school, kinder to 2nd grade. Menlo Park has submitted a waiver and already along with many other school districts in California. It's so hard for smaller kids to be on Zoom meetings for a class, and a waiver for the lower grades would be a great way to start opening the schools up in a gradual way. Please consider doing so and let me know if you would like help in thinking about how this would be. At the minimum, please allow each school to make this decision for themselves, and then each school can apply for the waiver accordingly. Thanks, Patricia, mom of a kinder and 2nd grader in MVWSD. Last one is Laura Calvas. Hello. First, I appreciate everything the district has done for and is doing for our kids. I read recently that LASD has applied for a waiver to restart in-person learning for students with disabilities, followed by students in TK through 3rd grade. What are MVWSD's plans? As a parent of kids in K and 2nd, they're really struggling with distance learning, especially kinder, and would benefit from a safe in-person learning, even if it is part-time. Also, the daily checkout meetings, especially on Wednesdays, are difficult to remember and attend. The students are often done with their school work hours earlier and have moved on to a different mode. Can the district switch to just having students check out in the Google Classroom without having a Zoom meeting? Thank you, Laura. That concludes all the comments.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We'll move on now to item 8, review and action, and the contract for employment of Rebecca Westover as Chief Business Officer.
Yep, so what I have in front of the board is a 3-year contract for Dr. Westover to continue as our district CBO. And in accordance to sort of the approach that we've always used, after the board approves my contract, I often bring back the chief's contracts. And so I think Dr. Westover has been doing a great job, and this gives her continuity within the district.
Do I have a motion?
Well, I had just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this contract, but it's just kind of like the contracts in general. I think at some point we talked about a 360 review process as part of our evaluation. Is that something that we're going to be implementing this year for our cabinet members, or?
So we started down the path of doing that, and then we haven't moved to it. I think that was, I know part of the reason why we talked about it was there were a couple individuals that we wanted to do a 360 on. And then I know it's also come up. I think one of the questions we'll have as we start also going through the strategic plan is if we want to include that. There's going to be typically what happened at the beginning of the evaluation process is that the board has specific goals that they would outline every single year. One of the recommendations that I have is actually to no longer create those goals. And so we can replace part one with a 360 evaluation instead, because those goals often were items that were, they're items that we want to be included in the strategic plan. But in this case, because the strategic plan is coming towards the end of its life cycle, there were things that we've added on. So we're a little bit more strategic about the strategic plan, and we know what the goals are and the action plans that come with it. I think replacing board goals and turning that into 360 evaluation for all leaders is a more applicable approach.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from trustees? Any members of the public wish to comment on this item? If you're on the call, please raise your hand in the lower right-hand corner of the participant list is the raise hand function. I don't see anybody in here. So additional comments from board members? Okay, may I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the contract with Rebecca Westover as Chief Business Officer as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Conley, Dr. Rebecca Westover's contract has been approved for 3 years with a base salary of $206,000 with no change in benefits. Thank you, trustees. We'll move on now to item 8B, the contract for employment of Kathy Bauer as Chief Academic Officer.
So before the district, I have the contract. Again, it's a 3-year contract for Kathy Bauer as Chief Academic Officer. She's actually been here longer than I have in this position, but she's a great addition to the district and does amazing work to make sure that the academics and her team keep going. And so this contract is just reflective of the quality of work that she does.
Are there questions from trustees on this contract? Any members of the public? I don't see any hands raised in the chat room. So additional board comments? Trustee Conley?
I wanted to thank Mrs. Bauer and also Dr. Westover for their service, especially during an incredibly challenging time. We're really lucky to have consistent cabinet staff through this.
Hear, hear.
Yay. Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the contract with Kathy Bauer as Chief Academic Officer as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Conley, the Kathy Bauer's contract has been approved for 3 years with a base salary of $221,450 with no change in benefits. Thank you, trustees. We'll move on now to item 8C, resolution number 02090320, supporting ethnic studies for all.
Yep. So trustees asked for us to bring back a resolution supporting the ethnic studies for all. I have to thank trustee Conley for finding a resolution the next day and sending that over and taking that off of our plate. So thank you so much for doing that. But the staff just asked that the board considers approving the actual resolution in support of it.
Are there trustee questions on this item? Trustee Blakely.
Would this be integrated with a social science curriculum or how, I mean, maybe it's too soon to tell because I know there's options about how to do it, but I'm just curious.
So, and actually Kathy can chime in also, but the state just passed a law stating that I believe it's ninth graders it's now a graduation requirement, but it will not be implemented until 2029. So, Kathy, do I have that one right?
You do. And at some point, the state will come out with a framework, and then they'll come out with adopted curriculum and all of those pieces for us. So we're kind of a little bit in a holding game, but yeah, they did say that the high schools aren't required to do it until the 29-30 school year, which is quite a ways away.
Yeah. Trustee Conley?
Well, just sort of in response, Trustee Blakely, I participated in the county has started an ethnic studies initiative at the County Office of Education. And so there were already 2 days of training for teachers, administrators, anyone who wanted to go around how to incorporate ethnic studies into existing curriculum while we were waiting for this slow process. So I think there's opportunities for us to actually start doing that while we wait for kind of the state to catch up.
And I've been following that as well. And I know that once the state adopts curriculum, there was also the option left open for districts to adopt their own curriculum. So I was just really asking the question about, did we have a plan about how to integrate it? Also because the state stuff is talking about high school and we run a K-8 school district. I think it's great. I mean, I'm in full support. I'm just wondering if we had a chance to give any thought in terms of where it will be inserted or folded into. Not yet. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Very new. Thank you, trustees. Are there members of the public who would comment on this item? If so, please raise your hand in the chat. Okay, I don't see any here. Additional comments from trustees?
I just wanted to say that I'm really excited we're doing this. I think it's the right step. When I did participate in the kickoff of the county initiative around this, there were so many teachers there who were themselves Black, Indigenous, or people of color who were just, adamant that it was about time, that this is something that they have been waiting a long time for when they were students and now in their career as educators to have support around this. So I think we're taking the right step, and I'm looking forward to continuing down this road together as a district.
Thank you, Trustee Conley, and thank you for your leadership on this item and bringing it to the board and doing so quickly.
Well, Trustee Wheeler was the one who initially recommended this as an agenda item, so thanks to her.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler, too. All right, do I have a motion?
I move
Trustee Conley? Okay.
Okay.
No,
go ahead.
No, I didn't raise my hand. I'm waiting.
Who's going?
You are.
Not me.
I'm going. I move that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 02-090320, supporting ethnic studies for all.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Conley, the resolution supporting ethnic studies for all passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. And we'll move on now to item 8D, newly permanent teachers for the 2020-2021 school year. Whoop, whoop.
This is the item everybody's been waiting for this evening, and I'm so honored to be here with you tonight to present the item because I really would love to recognize the hard work and dedication of the following teachers who have completed their probationary status with our district. Several of our teachers are here with us tonight, and I'm so happy they are. A few let me know that they were unfortunately not able to be here with us, but our thoughts are with them just the same. And so principals, typically we have you read off names, but because we're in the world of Zoom today, I'm going to ask you to turn on your camera and just share your awesomely wild support for your teachers as they get named. And teachers, please make sure you turn on your camera as we call your names too, so we can see the amazing people that we're recognizing tonight. So I'm going to go down the list and read your names to recognize each of you. So from Castro Elementary, I'd like to recognize Ana Maria Sanchez. From Huff, Saleh Altoon. Also from Huff, Ashley Hinson. Also from Huff, Haley Libwit. And also from Huff, Christina No. From Huff and Landals, Karen Gordon. She's supporting both sites this year. From Landals Elementary, Ilva Rizano. Also from Landals, Valentina Vertamara, sorry. Also from Landals, Audrey Vogel. And also from Landals, Monique Wooten. From Gabriela Mistral, I'd like to recognize Maria Carmenolfs. And from Mistral, Pilar Osaba. From Mistral, Luz Rico. And finally from Mistral, Mariana Whaley. And from Mauna Loma, let's recognize Rebecca Hatch. And we'll move to Stevenson. I'd like to recognize Alyssa Axelson. And from Stevenson, Alyssa Locke. And from Stevenson and Mistral, she's supporting both this year, Brittany Sternberg. We'll move to Therakoff to recognize Haley Kep. And from Vargas, Jennifer Dux. Thank you. And we'll move to our middle schools now, starting with Crittenden. I'd like to recognize Chloe Kinsella. And also from Crittenden, Jacob Kihas. Moving to Graham, we'll start with Shweta Bansal. And Amanda Ditforth, also known as Diddy. From Graham, Gina McIntyre. And Antonina Shapalova. Also from Graham, Kelsey Smith. And last but not least from Graham, Danielle Tuffy. And I want to give a huge congratulations and another big wave and celebration and applause for all of you. Thank you so much for your work and congratulations making it through those probationary years. The hard work is paid off. So in addition to tonight's recognition, I have the traditional token of the district's appreciation and our little welcome to you as an official permanent MVWSD member as soon as the board approves. But I have your Apple paperweights that will be delivered to your school sites tomorrow morning. And so if it happens to be that you're on campus, make sure that you pick up your Apple, and it's in a beautiful little red box. So take a look for that, because these will be coming your way in the morning. And so now it is my request, and tonight I ask that the Board of Trustees approve the permanent status for each of the above mentioned certificated employees as presented.
Second.
Oh, there hasn't been a motion yet, Ellen.
She asked for it. I thought she was
Thank you, Ms.
giving
Victor.
her honorary trustee status
Trustee
for this.
Were there any questions or comments, or should we just like get down to this?
Bravo! That's my comment.
Well done. Well done. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. We're so happy to have you all. Trustee Wheeler, did you want to go ahead and do the motion?
Sure, I will approve the motion that Ms. Vickyard made and ask for a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Whoop. Okay, the motion moved by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely. The newly permanent teachers for the 2020-2021 school year passes unanimously. Thank you, teachers. We love you.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
For all
everyone.
you do.
Stay with us for the next 30 years.
Awesome.
And the next presentation.
Yes.
Congratulations,
Let's see
everybody.
how many people we lose.
I
Okay, we'll move on to item
know.
8E. Not that our strategic planning proposal isn't really exciting, so please stay on if you would like to take a peek here. We'll move on to that. I'm not sure who's presenting this one. There you go, Dr. Rudolph. The floor is yours.
Yep. All right. I think we were joking for those teachers who are on. You're more than welcome to log off if you want. You're not obligated to stay. I see some are starting to take us up on the offer, but don't feel obligated to join us.
We won't hold it against them.
All right. So let me. All right. So wow, what a difference a couple years makes.
Yes.
So we are currently about to embark on Strategic Plan 2027. And so I actually had to search deep to find the actual process that we used in 2016. And clearly our style has changed a little bit. Because this is actual part of the presentation that was used. So, but what it outlines is sort of the full process that we used. But there's some key differences, I think, between this strategic plan that we're about to work on and the next strategic plan. So Strategic Plan 2021 was developed after several years of not having an actual strategic plan. And for those of us who remember, the last one prior to that was actually under Dr. Geisel's. And so that plan sort of continued on, but didn't really live in existence anymore when I arrived. And that was one of the first things that the board mentioned as a priority, is about redeveloping a strategic plan. And it also was during a time, under Dr. Craig Goldman, there also was sort of this lapse in testing that occurred too, right? And so there was no CAS test or any high stakes testing at that time. California had suspended the STAR testing that it was using. And so now the CAS test actually came back that first year. And so we had a lot of people who were engaged in this particular process. We held focus groups. It was the first year of the LCAP at the exact same time. So we used the LCAP survey across the board. We got board input over the months of April and May. And really Strategic Plan 2021 focused on creating operational efficiencies and improving academic outcomes. And I think that's what the difference between the next strategic plan is and this current one. So what are some of the results? Obviously, I think response to instruction will be the lasting legacy of Strategic Plan 2021. We talk to parents and we talk to staff members, and what started off as sort of this idea has really evolved into a process that exists within our district. And so I think it has had gains. I think parents really appreciate the fact that it lowers class size at time, and it helps to push kids, but it also helps to provide remediation and enrichment. But there's also other gains, right? So we've had huge gains in the last 5 years, unprecedented gains that have been systematic, 2 to 3% every single year. And we actually, up until last year, were on target to hit the 75% that we targeted back in 2016, right? That's actually where we said we wanted to be, and we were at 71%. Coming into, if you think about the next 2 years, this year, next year, we would have got the 2%. The last 2 years, we would have hit our target, right? And so that's really tremendous, especially when you can look at our peers who we compare ourselves to, who have had very little gain, or have mainly been stagnant. And that is true. We have outperformed the county, we have outperformed the state, as well as our direct peers, which has really been a great thing. In addition to that, we've also expanded preschool offering. That was a big driving factor that the board wanted to do. And we've worked to retain highly qualified teachers. It's funny, as we were going through this process, I went back and looked at some old Voice articles, And at that time when I arrived, right before I arrived, we had teachers who were showing up at the board meeting in black shirts and really talking about unfair pay and sort of other complaints that they had against the district. And those have actually disappeared. In fact, to this day, what used to be the annual reporting that there was this constant churn of teachers to the tune of, something like we were replacing half of our workforce or something to that fact. We actually retain about 80% of our workforce now. And unfortunately, the teachers that we're losing now are either moving because of the high cost of living, or they're moving because their spouse has another job, but they're not leaving because of dissatisfaction, which is really a good thing. The other results of this is that, in 2016, we weren't a data-driven organization, and we really have become a very data-driven organization. And it's not to say that, Craig Goldman, the superintendent before me, didn't use data, or Maurice Geisels didn't use data, but it didn't really permeate the ethos of the organization. Teachers look at data in a different way than what they did when I first arrived, which is really good. And all of that was captured as one of the big things that was captured in the school quality reviews, as well as the district quality reviews. But ultimately, what we really want to do is we want to build on the success of this actual plan. And we want to create a more aspirational strategic plan, something that really stakes the ground into where we want to be, and not something that is so focused on creating or improving the operational standards that we've had. So what are some lessons that we've learned so far? The first one is that department and sites alignment in the strategic plan was weaker in some areas than in others, right? At one point, I remember the conversation, we were in a board study session, or it was actually the board retreat, and we noticed that one department had very little goals and really didn't make any progress, and Kathy Bauer's department had like 100 goals, right, that she had to implement. And so we want to make sure that we have a pretty fair approach across the board. And to Kathy's credit, her team embraced every single one of those goals and worked really hard to make them happen. And so that goes into the other parts. Like, we were very ambitious, but we weren't aspirational with the first strategic plan. We were ambitious in regards to, we had a lot of items that spread us really thin. And in year 2, we actually had to do what we call an intentional abandonment of actual efforts. We had to start removing items out. And for those people who are looking, we have what's called the green and the blue strategic plan. If you look at the green strategic plan, it has a lot more items in it than the blue strategic plan. And that was as a direct result of the board saying, look, we want to do a couple of things really well. We don't want to do everything really, a lot of things averagely, on an average basis. But the other part of one of the lessons, and this is when we first started the strategic plan, is that we actually had to constantly refer to the strategic plan in order to keep it relevant. And now it's a part of the conversation that always occurs. Every director, every principal, every chief, including myself, always starts our presentations talking about the strategic plan. And that shows how far we've actually come in order to make sure it's relevant. But even teachers, when we go out and talk with them, we start off with, well, here's what the strategic plan says. And I think that is a reference to the hard work that the board put in front of us in order to make this happen. So how are we going to create the next strategic plan? So similar to previously, we want to contract an outside consultant in order to develop the strategic plan. And the outside facilitator is important because not only because of the expertise, but also because they have the opportunity to look at the school district objectively. And I think that's one of the most important aspects of this. We hired an outside consultant in 2016 to do it, as well as we contracted with Cambridge Education to do school and district quality reviews. And that was in large part to sort of the sentiment that was taking place at that time about that there was so much that we had to improve. Whereas this time, we know exactly where we are. We have survey data that we didn't have previously. The LCAP survey did not exist at that time. So there was all these operational efficiencies and all this other feedback that we get, these feedback loops that have been created as a result of this, right? And so we want somebody who is objective to look at us and say, here's what I'm seeing, here's what I'm hearing. We do want to engage the board as well as the stakeholders. The board will have individual interviews with the consultant to sort of talk about where they believe. We will do a board study session, and we will have also some other additional board meetings. We also would do focus groups, and then we will do an actual survey to get a lot of other ones. So very similar process across the board. The only difference is that in Strategic Plan 2021, we had the district quality review and the school quality review, where we brought in thousands. It really turned out to be thousands of people. If you think about, they brought in parents, they brought in, from different demographics, they brought in students, they brought in teachers, right? And we have so much more data now available to us that we don't have to go through that, what I like to call a cathartic experience, in order to get the truth about where we are. We will be reviewing qualitative and quantitative data as part of our analysis in order to make a decision. And I've already talked about this. We're not going to do the district quality reviews or the school quality reviews. Those actually cost $289,000. I was fortunate that I was able to secure a grant for those. But again, I don't think that those are necessary anymore for us to do. And ultimately, like I said before, we want to build on the strategic plan in terms of improving outcomes for students. And the last thing that we want to realize is that unlike the current strategic plan, we really want to make sure that the board goals are integrated into the strategic plan. So right now, conversations about equity, conversations about wellness are sort of one-offs, and they sort of can change from year to year. We really want to see those items built in to where we are. And again, I think that's a testament to how far we've come, because in the beginning, the conversation was about student achievement, and not that that is not a part of the conversation, but it was about student achievement and what do we need to do to adopt curriculum, which is what we did across the board. It is about how do we intervene with students, how do we improve reclassification was one of those issues that came up, which we've improved. It was about how do we track kids. That's not a part of the conversation because that is now just how we operate on a day-to-day basis. Whereas this one is more aspirational. So we have the opportunity to tackle these larger topics that we really are passionate about as part of our goal. So the other thing that we've learned is, so last year, the LCAP was actually up for renewal, and it was a 5-year plan. So the LCAP is a 3-year plan, and the strategic plan was a 5-year plan. And so we have spent a lot of time of making sure that these two items are aligned. And so since the LCAP is 3-year plans, my recommendation is that we do a 6-year strategic plan. So it covers the basis of 2 strategic plans. And I know Kathy Bauer would appreciate this because one of the conversations she kept coming up with was, we're going to rewrite this whole LCAP. And if we rewrite the whole LCAP and the strategic plan changes, we then have to rewrite the whole LCAP again in year 2. And that's not what we want to do. And Kathy, I say do you want to say anything to that? Okay. And we want to continue to sort of build on the goals. So there are 3 stages of this: analysis, strategy, and action planning. So the first one is what we would do is we would do a big data dump. We would do an environmental scan and organizational assessment, and we would sort of analyze the implications of those. And we would bring those findings to the board and talk about this is what we're seeing. And then from there, we would then start talking about defining what the desired future is. We wouldn't touch the mission and vision. I know that that's been in there. This is sort of a standardized process. I think and unless the board indicates that they want to change the mission and vision of the school district, we really would start looking at what is our desired future, what are the priority student outcomes that we would like to see. And then we would start developing themes as well as objectives and metrics, and we would define the key initiatives that we want to have. And then what is different this year is that the actual, or this time around, is that the consultant will actually help us to create the action plans behind the scenes. So after the board approves them, the next 2 months will be spent on developing action plans. And again, that was one of the items that we realized afterwards. We spent a lot of time trying to create the action plans, and oftentimes those action plans would occur right before the start of the year. We would say, oh, here comes a new item that's coming on that we haven't really talked about. We need to develop the action plan. So we would be a lot more intentional about developing that up front, as well as the dashboard. So what does this look like? Again, review the key indicators, gather perceptions on the current assets, as well as opportunities for growth. We would do a community survey, as well as interviews with stakeholders for the analysis. For the strategy, we set the priorities and the strategic themes. The board would be very clear about what they're trying to accomplish. We would develop a framework. We would then take the framework back out and get feedback from that and bring it back to the board and say, here's the feedback in terms of the framework we would have. And then we would use that to develop a strategy team to develop SMART goals that are aligned to the actual strategic plan 2027. Our goal is to bring this back. And so after the approval of 2027, we will begin to design action plans with yearly outcomes to reach the actual goals. That makes sure that nothing sort of slips through the crack, which has happened a couple of times. And so a good example of this is in strategic plan 2021. One of the things we said is that we wanted a research-based language acquisition program. It took us 2 years to find which program we wanted after many site visits and looking at the budget. And then we eventually landed on a 3-year SIOP implementation, right? So that is about is how strategy comes into play and how intentionality comes into play. We want to make sure that we have examples like that again. And then again, I think one of the hallmarks is the dashboard that was created by Ms. Hausman is very easy to read with the cell phone bars or battery on it. And so we want to be able to report out easily to the public how we doing at any given time. And I will say that actually came after several years on a strategic plan when I believe it was when this board came or the board right before this one was like, we need a way to see how things are going. And so that was a result of how the dashboard came to life. And so we want to keep that going. So moving forward, I want to be clear about why we're starting now as opposed to why didn't we start this a little bit earlier. The LCAP as well as the strategic plan process was delayed because of COVID-19. We would have started this right towards the end of the school year. Again, I want to just reiterate, Strategic Plan 2021 was a foundational plan. We want to be a lot more aspirational this time and really look at some items. A good idea about this is that it laid the foundation to create a one-to-one environment. It didn't aspire to be completely one-to-one for students, right? And so clearly we had the bandwidth or the capacity to do it, but that wasn't really outlined in there. And I think those types of things are really important. Our new LCAP, actually, the process starts in February. So part of the reason why we want to move forward and get this done is that in January, we start developing the LCAP survey, and then we have to actually do some translation. So Kathy Bauer would tell you that she has to, the way that the state outlines priorities is different than the way that the strategic plan is done. And so we have to merge the two. And then after that, we have to take the site plans and we have to adjust the site plans to match the LCAP, which has to match the strategic plan. And then Dr. Westover takes all of the budget items and she has to match all of those to adhere to both of those documents too, right? So it is over the next year, there's a lot of work that has to get done. And so we want to make sure that we have a leg up on that. And then I've already said this, and then I will say, and I know Trustee Wheeler was with me when we both were actually at Bullis, and they were talking about their strategic plan. And I think this is the most important thing that the person said. The strategic plan should change the way that your district operates. If it's just a summary of all the things you're doing, it's really a comprehensive plan. And I think our strategic plan 2021 changed the way that the district operated. It laid some great foundations. But if we just do that again, If we just come back with a list of here are the things you have to do, we're really just reiterating a second operational plan. So we should aspire to do something amazing across the board when we do this. So we really want to set the tone to give people things to look forward to. So what is the next steps? So staff is actually requesting that the board approves a consulting contract for Greenway Strategy Group so that we can start creating a strategic plan 2027. And then from there, we will set up a calendar of events, determine what the focus groups are. We will bring that back to the board. We also will start working with sites. I've already informed the principals that they may need to call different groups. And so they may even call additional meetings. So we'll set the cadence for that. And then our goal is to bring the strategic plan, to have a couple of sessions between October and November to finalize the strategic plan before we break for the winter time. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We'll open it up now to trustee questions. Trustee Conley?
Just a couple of quicker questions. Who is going to be our district project coordinator for this work?
So it becomes sort of a threefer. Shelley works with me. So I take the lead on it. Shelley will work on making sure that the design fits our particular style and that the outreach is there. And then I sort of parcel it out to different individuals across the board. But this is my project and stays on my to-do list for the most part.
Okay. And then my second question is about some of our harder to reach populations. So Spanish translation, reaching out to families who are low income or English language learner families. I'd love to hear more about kind of strategic thinking around how to get their input for surveys and for the plan. Are we going to do surveys that are available on a mobile device? Are they translated, that type of thing? Because they're disproportionately impacted by COVID right now. And so it might be a little bit harder than usual.
Yep. So I don't know, they have a survey that they've used, so I don't know how that instrument is translated over, but we would look to engage. We've already talked to each, or at least I've talked to each site about making sure that they schedule a second ELAC meeting to bring in some representatives from that standpoint. There's a lot of training that goes into this, so we'll make sure that we reach out to scabs. Priscilla for McKinney-Vento. So we try to leverage every single focus group, every single stakeholder we have, and sort of connect with them in a manner that sort of works for them. And then even at the cafecitos, it'll be highlighted also as this is one of the items that we have. And then we can track through the whole process. We normally track what is the stakeholder involvement across the board. We were very fortunate through our focus groups that we got a lot of the Latino concerns and aspirations that were brought up. And so we made sure, at least in that time, Cambridge Education brought a couple people who were native Spanish speakers. And so they just facilitated a conversation in Spanish. And so we will look to do something similar to that. I'm not sure if Greenway Strategy has someone who can, but if not, we would, we've become pretty good at engaging the public with the interpretation. And I can at least say at the last cafecito, we had a pretty good turnout also. And so we'll find ways to make sure that they're engaged and that we get their input so that it's not just one subset of individuals who are providing input.
Great, thank you.
Are there other questions from trustees? I have a question. Did we use Greenway in the past? And how did we find them, or were they recommended?
So they were actually recommended from a couple of larger districts that are a part of some national networks that I'm a part of. And so we actually use Jason Van Hukelum. I forget what his company was called. He's actually now a superintendent in Virginia. And so he's not doing that work anymore. so oftentimes, even with board retreats, facilitators, you rely on other superintendents to say, here's someone who's done a great work for us. And that's sort of how, we came across Greenway. I've actually, they were recommended to us in 2021, but we were actually very happy with Huculum and Associates or whatever. I can't remember the name. And at that time, it was more design thinking, which is what we felt like they would bring to the table. And that was sort of the big rage during that time. This time around, I think their approach will sort of elicit some of the things. And looking at some of the strategic plans, I was pretty satisfied with what we were seeing.
Thank you. Are there other questions from trustees? I guess my only other question is, hopefully we're going to be scheduling a board retreat soon so we can discuss some of the items that the board is interested in having folded into this strategic plan 2027.
It will probably be, I know it's on our to-do list, but it will be late September or early October is when it will happen. So.
Okay, thank you.
And I would also just ask that the presentation get loaded up into the system because I think we just have the contract in the board package.
You can do that.
Thank you.
Are there members of the public who want to address the board on this item? Please go ahead and raise your hand in the lower right-hand corner of the participant list. I don't see anyone in here. Are there additional comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I wanted to share, and this is largely for Superintendent Rudolph's benefit, that it just so happened that I was on a phone call today with Bruce Barton, the editor of the Los Altos Town Crier. And, we've known each other for a long time. And he was saying to me that he noticed that within the last 5 years, our school district has been doing a lot better and better than a lot of surrounding school districts. And he was saying, to what do I attribute that? And, I was saying, well, a lot of it is, Superintendent Rudolph came on 5 years ago, but you also did when you came on board is you brought this kind of strategic thinking to the district. And it was very rewarding to hear from someone from the outside, someone who is, very knowledgeable, and for him to understand that and make that comment.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. I would just like to say I'm really excited to see how this evolves. I feel like in the last plan, we've essentially handled the operational standards, everything's aligned. We have organizational alignment and a very solid intentionality about why we're doing everything now that we're doing. But I think this is now the opportunity space to really get and focus more on the whole child, increase student outcomes. And I'm really excited to see where we take this, because I feel like throughout the last one, we sort of had the storming phase and the norming, and then implementing this next one will be the performing. And not that we haven't already been performing quite well. I'm so excited to see how much farther we can take this. So thank you. Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I enjoyed reading through the contract because something that Greenway Strategy Group included in their proposal was this line: strategic plans do not improve outcomes, changing behaviors of those in the system improves outcomes. And so I'm excited that we're taking on this process and we're, kind of I'm trying to find the right word, reviving or really beefing up our strategic plan for the future. But I'm also excited for the implementation of the actions that we put forward. Something that we didn't finish from the 2021 strategic plan was culturally responsive training for our staff and our teachers. And I know with our focus on equity and taking actions toward equity, that is something that we have space to improve on. And I'm glad that it's going to be, or I assume it's going to be a part of this upcoming plan. I also think it's ambitious to try and get the analysis phase done within a month. So Godspeed. That's a lot to do very quickly, but I'm looking forward to when it comes back to the board in October.
Additional comments from trustees? Okay, do I have a motion? Well, I'll move that the board approve the Greenway Strategy Group proposal for the strategic plan.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and a motion moved by trustee Wilson and seconded by trustee Wheeler. The proposal passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 9A, the 2019-2020 unaudited actual budget report. Dr. Westover.
I think that's the phrase of this year. Tonight with me, I have Nadia Pongo, who is our Director of Fiscal Services. Dr. Rudolph, would you allow me to share my screen?
Right now.
So this evening, we'll be presenting the 2019-2020 unaudited actuals. So to connect it back to our strategic plan, for Goal 5, resource stewardship, the district will maintain a balanced general fund. However, the board also adopted a board resolution saying that we could deficit spend in any year as long as in the third year out, we had between a 17 and 20% reserve level. So our unaudited actual report. So why unaudited actuals? So the term unaudited actuals is just the fact that it has not yet been audited, but it is where we anticipate or where our actuals are at. So no later than September 15th of each year, the district must submit our unaudited actual financial report to the county. And then each year, the district prepares the end of the year financial statements as of June 30 using a format known as the State Account Code Structure, or SACS. It's a report of all the activities in all of the district's funds, identifying unspent funds or reserves that are carried forward into future years. And it will later be used by external auditors to prepare the official audit report. So in June, we presented the 2019-2020 estimated actuals during the 2020-21 budget adoption process. The unaudited actuals are compared to the estimated actuals presented with the 2021 adopted budget. So why might our projections be different than expected? We use conservative estimates for revenue and expenditures during the budget and interim reporting process. And we do this because the risk of underestimating is too great, so the safest path is to be conservative. And what are some common reasons for differences in projections? So the revenue received was not what we anticipated. Expenditure allocations were not completely used due to school closures, so we did not spend as much as we would have in a normal year. And CARES funding helped us absorb expenses due to COVID-19.
So I will go over some of the deficit highlights for the district unaudited actual report. The district will be reporting 158,182 decrease in the general fund balance for the 19-20 fiscal year. We did experience some savings for hourly and overtime wages, saving of 268,000. The large purchases of Chromebooks that we processed last year was absorbed by the restricted care fund instead of the general fund. So this was a very positive for the fund balance because it saved us at 1.4 million. We also noticed a decrease of materials and supplies purchases that typically occur during the last quarter of the year. So this translated into a savings of 1 million. Contributions to Fund 120, which is our preschool, was for 450,052, and for Fund 130, food services, 750,836. Next slide, please. So this is how the numbers looks like for unaudited actuals by program. So for unrestricted programs, the net increase is 707,667. For restricted programs, a net decrease of 865,850. Combined 158,182 with a reserve level of 27.9%. So now we reset our numbers for adopted budget with the numbers for unaudited actuals. So here I have a screenshot of the multi-year projection that we presented to you at adopted budget. And we will we do update the beginning balance based on unaudited actuals. For year one, we have a net increase of 205,184 with a projected reserve level of 27.75%. In year two, we have a net decrease of 1,606,217 with a projected reserve level of 26.62%. In year three, we have a net decrease of 3,754,869 with a projected reserve level of 21.72.
So overall, the positive news is that we have a high reserve level to help us through this time. As we look at year 1, 2, and 3, you'll see that our deficit spending goes up to $3.8 million. So some of the things that contribute to this is when the governor adopted, this year, the governor decided to buy down our STRS and PERS contribution, but it was not guaranteed for the years out, years 2 and 3. So we're contributing more to STRS and PERS. Also, we kept our revenue at 0% increase to be conservative because we don't know what the future holds. So our revenue is staying flat, but our expenses continue to rise. For example, we have our normal increases to health and welfare benefits, which is approximately 500,000. Normal increases to step and column for staff. This is not a raise, which is about 900,000. So all of these ongoing expenses continue to go up in the years out, but we've held our revenue stable.
That's right. Thank you, Dr. Westover. We also will have some ongoing expenses such as tech support, like for one-on-one, about 366,000. And you did mention about STRS and PERS rates. For rates for STRS this year is 16% and for PERS is 20%. So in the year 3, it jumps to STRS to 18% and PERS to 26%. So that's expenses that will continue to rise. Thank you. Now, some changes as we head towards first interim, they will be presenting to you in December. So the assessed value, AP growth projected for 2021 is at 10%. We got this number last Friday, August 28. Governor signed the budget increases, this is great news, mainly for restricted resources. CARES funding, we will be able to recognize the revenue for the CARES funding. This funds is technically funding technology, PPE, and instructional support during distance learning. We'll be increasing costs for distance learning and some of the staffing changes since budget adoption is the virtual learning team of 6 full-time employees and 1 equity coach.
So our next steps, We'll continue to monitor the learning continuity and attendance plan and match funds to the plan. We're looking for ways to bring additional funds into the district, both large and small, and examining ways we can try to have cost neutral support programs. And of course, we'll continue to monitor updates from the state. And then if there are any questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. I have a question. What are these additional funds and what kind of sources are you looking at? Is this grants, or I'm just kind of curious?
Yeah, we have lots of ideas. So everything from grants to, you know, we've kind of talked a little bit about what happens if we were to eventually provide our own after school childcare. What would that look like? What would it look like if we have additional space somewhere, if we are able to increase rents that we take in? So just looking at things across the board of how we could potentially bring more revenue into the district.
Is there any consideration of the new and approved development in terms of more property tax revenue? Is that just isn't part of, you can't quite know until it's built. So it's not something you would want to build into the budget, but I think with all the stuff that's going to be coming online in a few years, we'll see a bump there too.
Right. I think something when new money comes in due to growth, eventually we also have to use, we have to use that money to educate the kids that the growth brings in.
Right. Other questions from trustees? Trustee Conley?
Have we already received the reimbursement for the CARES funds?
Nadia, do you want to answer?
Yes, we have. So there's different buckets. We have received some of the buckets, but we should be receiving a big amount for the CARES Act in September 16th, I believe. We should be seeing the big cash in around September 16th.
Thank you.
I think something that's been positive for our district is because we have a fund balance that allows us to purchase items. So some districts are really counting on getting those funds to give them liquidity, where we were able to go out right away and buy as much PPE as we needed, and we didn't have to wait for the money to come in.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from trustees? Okay, are there any folks at home who would like to address the board on this item? If you could raise your hand in the chat. Okay, I don't see anyone. Additional comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I just want to say how impressed I am at those reserve levels, Dr. Westover. You know, we track those all the time. The 3-year reserve level is astonishing to me. So thank you for carefully putting that together for us.
Sure thing.
Trustee Conley?
I know, I'll add, like, we keep trying to spend down that reserve to be between 17 to 20%, and we just can't get there. So, but thank you for your due diligence in putting all of this together. It's a small sense of security in ambiguous time to know that we're fiscally stable as a district, especially when I know other districts are facing real challenges. And so I thank you both for your work.
Thank you.
Yes,
I agree, but I also remember it wasn't so long ago that we were having to cut some positions. So things fluctuate, and I'm glad right now, especially during COVID, that we do have that buffer, but stuff will happen. So, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Westover. We'll move on now to item 9B, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan.
So President Wilson, once again, it looks like we've got more agenda items than we have time. So I'd like to move that we extend our meeting to a maximum of 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. The meeting is now extended to a maximum of 11 o'clock. Ms. Bauer?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I'm here to present tonight the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, and I will apologize in advance. I have had a lot of trouble with my internet connection, so hopefully I will not disappear. So with Senate Bill 98, Governor Newsom signed this into law in June, and as part of that bill, it required the creation of a Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, or LCP. Notice that the acronym is LCAP, but we're calling it the LCP so that we're not confused. The LCP is in lieu of the 2021 Local Control Accountability Plan, which was originally required by the governor's executive order back in April, and we were going to have to deliver that to you in December, but instead we're doing this new plan. The plan is part of the budget package, and it's really intended to balance the needs of all stakeholders as districts were formally planning to return to school in the midst of the pandemic. And they were also trying to find a way for districts not to have to write 2 plans this year, or actually 3 plans, since we wrote one in the spring. And the plan, the template and the information really memorializes the process that was already underway. We didn't get the template until August. So it's really looking at all the things that we were already doing to plan to open school in August. The timeline here, where we would, it's similar to the LCAP in terms of we have stakeholder engagement. We got the template on August 1st, and then we worked very quickly in August to write the plan, post the plan for written comments, share with our advisory groups, and now we're here in September to present it tonight for public hearing. The plan has been posted on our district website for the last week, and we've received 40 comments. And then we will look to come back to you at our next meeting for approval. Just our timeline, you can see we wrote the plan. We had so many community meetings in June and July. We wrote the plan in August. We had it reviewed by the county. It's been posted, like I mentioned, and we're here tonight. And we have tried to increase our efforts to get more input this year, tried a few different strategies to try to solicit more input from our stakeholders. So I have realized that I am in funky mode. That's better. Sorry. So general information, the plan is broken up into a variety of parts, and the general information just talks about the impacts on our community due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We highlighted the need for continued food distribution, bridging the digital divide, making sure families had access, also making instructional changes, revising our distance learning plans, and looking at what we did well and what we didn't do well, and then really focusing efforts on communication and outreach. So for stakeholder input, we had to respond to these prompts, including giving a summary of the feedback and talking about what aspects of our plan were influenced by our stakeholders. So this is just kind of an overview of all of the different opportunities that parents and staff had to give input on our plans. So we had our focus groups, we had the reopening task force, we had lots of meetings with you over the course of the last few months, community check-in meetings, staff check-in meetings, and then of course meeting with our district advisory groups. And we really heard a lot during those meetings. I think some of the things that were influenced by stakeholder input was how we were going to open during stage 3. We talked about live streaming. Could teachers manage teaching live and balancing the kids in the classroom as well as the kids that are at home? And really what came out of that was going to be a really tall ask. And so from that came the virtual team to help us with recording and providing asynchronous lessons for students when we are in that blended situation. Also, the adoption of our reopening checklist that we adapted for the Centers on Disease Control. This is allow us to better communicate to our stakeholders how we're planning to keep our staff and students safe, and we update those every Friday. Parents from our DLAC, Director Chang met with them in June and really talked about what their needs were as we talked about reopening. And they felt like they needed some more support on issues related to mental health, as well as utilizing technology. And so our Parent University website was reconstructed. And I don't know if you've been to it, but it has some great resources for parents. And we added 2 additional sessions in August that were very well attended. Actually, I think probably some of the best attendance that we've had in Parent University history. The next section talks about in-person offerings, and we have to outline our health and safety guidelines, what we're going to do to keep our staff and students safe, and our plan for teaching and learning when we reopen in a blended approach. So just some highlights. We'll be using our self-screener, our staff and students. All of our staff now that come onto campus fill out each morning before coming on, and get a nice reminder when they connect to Wi-Fi if they haven't done it. Employees will have mandatory testing thanks to our partnership with El Camino Hospital. And we are asking that staff and students, when they're on campus, both groups are to wear masks. We have been working feverishly to purchase a variety of personal protective equipment, as well as sanitizing equipment, wipes. And this has been going on for us for several months, actually, since school closed. We've been purchasing these and keeping these so that we were ready to open. We've also developed cleaning and sanitizing protocols. You've heard we've updated our HVAC units. We have physical distancing protocols in place and signs and videos to train and remind staff and students about hygiene practices. Teaching and learning, which you're going to hear more about a little bit later. We had planned to open in a hybrid or a hybrid or blended model where students are on campus part of the time and learning online part of the time. And you can see kind of what that would look like. Kids would be in small cohorts. So you'd have half the class in on Monday and Tuesday and the other half in on Thursday and Friday. For assessments, we have assessment plans. In the spring, we suspended our assessment. This year, we are not. We've already started our iReady assessments. Our middle schools are just about finished. Our elementaries are getting started, and we do have a virtual assessment protocol. Some additional supports. We have response to instruction is continuing so that our kids are getting both STEAM and the opportunity to have small group instruction at least twice a week with the RTI program, plus additional small group instruction in all of our subject areas. Our SCEFs and our instructional coaches and our equity coach are all working hard to help us with additional supports to make sure that we're supporting families and removing barriers. Some actions and services, part of the plan, you can see some of the funding that we've put into PPE and cleaning and sanitizing supplies, as well as our instructional coaching team. So for distance learning, we outline the following pieces: how we're keeping learning going, access, participation, and supports for students. Some of the things that we have are things that we've carried over from the spring, and some of the things we've changed based on feedback that we've received. We still are using the school dashboard that is updated on Fridays so parents can plan for the upcoming week. And the Google Classroom is organized by week and assignment and matches the dashboard to make it easier. We have check-in and check-out meetings at all grade levels that happen daily. We're continuing designated and integrated ELD. And so, which in our integrated is really built into our lessons, and we're using the PSYOP strategies that teachers have been trained on for the last 3 years. Students have live instruction 4 days a week, and teachers have the flexibility to manage that live instruction to include whole class instruction, independent assignments, and small group instruction. Wednesdays are asynchronous, where kids learn on their own. We have live instruction, ELA and math every day, small group instruction, And then in middle school, we have core subjects, ELD and an elective. All teachers are using Google Classroom to provide feedback, and grades are given on assignments. Again, some of this is repetitive as it's the same. We do have our assessment plans for all grade levels. We are assessing students in a variety of ways, and our school and community engagement facilitators are working hard to work with our families to make sure that they are getting what they need during this time. Connectivity, we made the decision, our preschoolers are using iPads. Our TK through 8 students all have district issued Chromebooks that convert to a tablet. We have a variety of training resources that have been created, and we've spent a lot of the professional development time training teachers before school started, and a lot of time at the beginning of the school year to support our families and train our students and teach them how to use the technology. Pupil participation and progress is a piece. We have to manage how students are participating on a daily basis. We have to have live instruction. Elementary teachers assign a participation grade each day. And actually, based on state guidance, this has actually been updated. And I'll be coming back to you with more information. We've actually changed this a little bit, but in the end, kids are given a participation grade every single day so that we can manage, are they doing their lessons and are they participating? So if we see that someone's not, we can reach out to that family and support them. And again, we're pulling data from both Google Classroom and PowerSchool Weekly so that we can monitor students' progress, participation, and attendance. So professional development, we have 6 days of teacher service days in our calendar. We spent 4 of those before school started to cover topics including health and safety, pacing, participation, expectations, online assessment tools. It was a really full 4 days of training. And then Wednesdays are our dedicated time for our staff for professional development and planning. And then we've also created a training portal this year. So it's a one-stop shop for all of the training videos that have been created for students, staff, and parents, so it's easy to find. New positions. So as we've looked at what we needed for this year, we've added some new positions. We've increased the position of the district technology coach from part-time to full-time. We've added 2 additional tech support technicians to support our families and teachers' needs. Again, we've hired the virtual teaching team. We're adding a communication specialist, and we're also adding a health and wellness coordinator. So supports for students with unique needs. So for our English learners, making sure that we're continuing to provide designated integrated ELD, making sure our school and community engagement facilitators, our at-risk supervisors, and our McKinney-Vento liaison are working daily with our students who may be experiencing homelessness, who are economically disadvantaged or in foster care, and making sure they have what they need to be successful. And our students with disabilities are having they're working regularly in their core classes in general education, and they're getting their pull-out services on a schedule that doesn't interfere with their live instruction. And then we have students in our SAI classes following the general education schedule so that kids can still mainstream into other courses. We have families that have asked for some paper pencil tasks to complete at home based to support the students with disabilities. A change from the spring is all of our one-to-one instructional assistants are working virtually this year. They all have been given district issued Chromebooks so they can be in the classroom with kids working alongside of them. And we have our individual education plans are being held virtually, and our teachers are communicating with families on a regular basis. And of course, this will all be subject to some changes as we move forward, as the state has new guidance on how we can bring back small cohorts of students to better support them and serve them. These are some actions and services related to this section. The cost of our community engagement facilitators and supervisors, the cost of our technology, our virtual team, our equity coach, and our technology coach. So pupil learning loss, something that we're trying to manage very carefully. Again, a big focus for us is on those diagnostic assessments that we're giving right now, because we can use this data to identify where students' strengths and areas of focus lie. And then we can provide the small group instruction that is necessary. And again, making sure students are participating and learning every day. I know it's hard. It's a different environment, but we need kids and want kids to be involved and engaged so that we can continue to provide them quality education. Again, designated integrated ELD, making sure that continues, and then wraparound support for our school and community engagement facilitators. And we are in the final stages of planning to offer some of our McKinney-Vento families from Castro in-person school day childcare, so they can come, drop their kids off, and then our Beyond the Bell staff will be there to support them as they are doing distance learning, and then provide them breaks and some recreation and those types of things. And this is made available because we just got this guidance from the state about bringing in small groups. So we're targeting this program for opening on September 14th. So measuring effectiveness, again, weekly reports to monitor participation and work completion, and making sure we're reviewing those both as a district and the sites. Our site administrators are co-teachers in their Google Classrooms, and they are doing virtual walkthroughs and being a part of classrooms so that they can provide teachers feedback. And they can also see trends that they might see and provide professional development. We are asking that our sites use our data protocol so that we can really analyze and dig deep into the data so we can see what's happening and then make plans for additional instruction or extension. And then also talking about the data and the bigger picture at our administrative meetings or during PLC meetings. These are some pieces that are actions and services that go with pupil learning loss, including our RTI STEAM teacher team, our funds that we give sites to support our target students, and then costs that will be related to the Beyond the Bell program at Castro. Mental health and social emotional well-being. I think one of the biggest pieces here is the decision we made to hire a health and wellness coordinator. Health and wellness is a huge area, and there's a lot of pieces that we could be doing, and we really need a dedicated person to be overseeing that and working on those pieces. So I'm very excited to have that person come on board. Our sites are doing social emotional learning programs and have that expectation, although each site has their own spin on it, which is fine, but hoping to be a little more coordinated and consistent as we bring on that health and wellness coordinator. We did add a counselor to Castro School this year to help support them. And then we have resources that have been vetted by our SCEFs that we on our website for families that we continue to update. And we have our connections with CHAC and different providers for family therapy or individual therapy. And then we have an employee assistance program that offers counseling for our employees, and our district clinical therapist is also offering a support group for teachers that may need, or staff that may need extra support. Oops, I'm sorry. Pupil and family engagement and outreach. Again, this is really about the work our SCEFs and our at-risk interventions specialists are doing. We did have to create a tiered re-engagement plan based on requirements of the state. And that's really for us to re-engage students that are not participating 60% of the time. So it's a 4-tier program. But what I want to say about this is we've had some questions. We are not waiting until students are out for 60% of the time before we're engaging with them to find out. This is why we're running attendance and why we're running reports constantly, so that we can intervene before we hit that 60%. But this is our formal plan that was required. And we are doing updates to our families in our newsletters about the importance of attendance. This is changing as well, since we just got the news that we can actually operate our meal program on a summer seamless model, which is different, is more similar to how we operated in March. And I think that what we'll see is we'll have many more families taking advantage of meals as we move over the next few weeks. Some actions and services from this section are health and wellness coordinator and a communication specialist. So increased or improved services is a section that's a part of the LCAP every year, and we have to describe the services that are increased or improved for our unduplicated pupils. And so for us, our percentage of supplemental funding, the percentage of our overall budget is 7.6% or $2.8 million. And you can see these are the description of the items that are contributing to increased or improved services, and we're spending well over $4 million on things that we feel are really going to support our neediest students. So next steps, we're in the process of writing responses to all of our stakeholder feedback. This is the most feedback that we've gotten in any LCAP that I have done. We're here tonight to present. We'll see if anyone from the public is here to provide a comment, and then we will post those comments, look to make any revisions that need to be done, and bring the plan back to you on the 17th for final approval. So at that point, I will take questions.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, regarding the participation grade, what's the format of that? Is that like a pass fail or a 1, 2, 3, 4? What is it?
Sure. So the way we started, it's a rubric based on a 1, 4. So it's either I did it all, I was in my Zoom meeting, my assignments is a 4, what's actually a 3, and a 0 would be I didn't participate at all. And then there's varying degrees of a 1 and a 2. And so we're just trying to see, we're trying to be able to see at a very clear level who's participating and who's not.
Thank you.
So I think I made an error on this item, Kathy. This is a public hearing and I didn't open the public hearing at the beginning of your presentation. So I'm not clear what I need to do procedurally in order to correct that error.
So close the meeting now.
Okay, at 8:43, I'll close the meeting. Mountain View School District Board of Trustees.
Open a public hearing.
All right, and also at 8:43, I'll open the public hearing on the learning and attendance plan.
Okay, and then keep going from this point on, and then make sure that at the end of it, you close it. There's no need to have Kathy go back through her presentation for that.
No, I just realized that that's what happened. My apologies to everyone.
I think the most important part is that we just see if anybody from the public is here to communicate, because I would need to respond in writing to any of their comments or questions.
Okay, are there any other questions from trustees on this item? Trustee Conley?
Yes, I have a few questions. So one thing, I've heard reports of families who they may be using the Xfinity Essentials program or AT&T Access programs, but they have multiple children who were trying to use Zoom at once. So say like 3 kids, and those programs are not sufficient to actually help the kids all be online in Zoom at the same time. And I know we have wired our schools as hotspots so that people can use the parking lots, but between unhealthy air from fires and heat waves, I don't think a lot of people are able to access that right now. And I know of one family, for example, that has 5 kids, and the idea of bringing 5 kids to the parking lot to sit in a car and work on Zoom is just not something that they're really going to be able to pull off. So do we have other ways to help people beef up existing internet access that isn't meeting their needs?
So I'm going to have to leave
So
that.
I can reach out to Lenny's from Comcast. She assured me that the Essentials program actually was adequate enough to do it. But the other thing is that as long as you're in between the buildings or next to the building, you should be able to also get reception. So for instance, at Mistral, and I'm using the older buildings here, Mistral, Landos, Huff and Bub, which are sort of the ones that have the finger wings. If you are in between those tables, you should be able to pick up on an access point and still be able to access the internet. So the parking lot was installed in case somebody wanted to pull up, but there are other places that are close to the buildings that you could use also. And the city also still has their free Wi-Fi access up to throughout at the city square, as well as near the park and the library and stuff.
Okay. I mean, I think one of the challenges there is that some of those campuses won't be accessible if we get back to hybrid learning. They will be closed during the day. So that really does just leave the parking lots in those situations. So it might be something to be thinking ahead towards. And then you can let Leonie's know, or I can let her know. I even had a family that has 3 children who are all on Zoom, and Xfinity Essentials upsold them. When they called and said, this program isn't meeting our needs, they were then suggested a program for $150 a month. And this is a family on free and reduced price lunch who has been picking up food assistance from the school district and is paying $150 a month for internet access. So as much as I know Xfinity Essentials, is aspirational in providing the coverage, they are actually, there's a disconnect somewhere because they're also upselling people to more expensive plans. I had another question, Ms. Bauer, about, I know there was a short turnaround on when this plan became public and when survey responses had to be submitted. My guess is that had to do with timing in terms of getting the plan and getting the county approval and all of those things. I'm wondering if you could speak to the timeline that we had for the survey.
For which survey?
So this went out in a district newsletter, I believe, and people were told they could read the plan, review it, and submit comments online. Yeah. But it was only a couple of days to submit the comments, was my understanding.
Actually, we left it open and it won't close until tonight. So it's been open for over a week.
Oh, okay. Did we update people with that information?
My understanding is yes, that we did. We were only going to leave it open for a few days, but we felt like with the comments we were getting, we felt it better to leave it open longer and leave it open through the public hearing. Like I mentioned, we've gotten more comments on this plan than we've actually gotten on any LCAP that we have done. So it's good to hear from the public. I think part of the problem with this plan, while I appreciate the state wanting us to document what we're doing, it was a very short timeline, and it was really about what we were doing in process to open school. And this plan in and of itself, as I've mentioned a couple times in the presentation, things have come out from the state already that are going to cause us to change. So I think what I want parents to understand is this is a plan that we had to open, and it will be ever changing.
And then my last question, I was really thrilled to see the social emotional learning is going to be implemented at all of our sites. Are we including some training or resources for teachers around trauma-informed instruction? Because I think that's a little bit of a piece of what's going on too.
So I will say that with our Cognito modules that we've been doing through the state, we actually did trauma-informed practices for our entire certificated staff last year. And I don't know if they can go back and revisit that. I think they can. I will find out from Cognito, but we did offer that last year and had all of our staff participate. But I'm sure a refresher and some more support more targeted to what families are facing due to COVID would be needed. We do have a nice partnership with Santa Clara County Behavioral Health and with the Herd Alliance, and I just met with them this week, and they sent me an entire email of resources that I just haven't had a chance to read yet. So I should be able to find some things in there and provide some extra support for our staff.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Trustee Blakely?
Hi, I'm wondering in terms of soliciting feedback from teachers. I know when we put the plans together, everybody did their best to anticipate, how we could make things run smoothly. But now we've had a couple of weeks of actual implementation on the distance learning piece. And I'm hearing a few things from teachers that they're feeling really overwhelmed. And I don't know if there's specific things that could be modified. I know that you're going to go incorporate the feedback that you've gotten into the plan and come back again in a couple of weeks. But I'm just wondering how teachers are faring with all of this.
So I think we're hearing bits and pieces as well. I was a part of the EERB meeting this week, and while the representatives from our Mountain View Education Association said they are working hard, they were also feeling supported, which I think is great. I know we are going to be implementing a thought exchange coming up here, which is not only going to families, but it's going to staff and it's going to students. And I think that's going to provide us a lot of additional information so that we can look at where we are. I mean, we're only a couple weeks in, and then we can gather that information and we can synthesize it and then see if we have to make changes.
Thanks. I think there may be some appropriate tweaks. So
yeah.
I had just a couple questions. You had made mention of paper pencil tasks, and I just wanted to sort of circle back to what the public comment we got earlier on a non-agendized item, that if a family is feeling like there's too much screen time, should they just essentially approach their homeroom teacher to see what kind of paper pencil tasks could be assigned in place of screen time? And should that be the course of action they take?
I think what we've been recommending to parents that are concerned is that they start with their homeroom teacher and they talk about what can be put in place to best support their child. And for some, the screen time works great. And for others, it's a little bit harder. And especially the paper pencil tasks have been helpful for our students with special students on IEPs. That's one of the things that we have been doing to support them.
That's when you had it on that slide that made me think to ask that question. And also I'm really excited as you were to see the health and wellness coordinator coming on, and it'll be neat to see. I'm assuming that person will also be helping in what I hope will be a policy crafted around that item. I know it's been derailed since COVID came along and we were working on it in January.
Yep.
So I guess that was more of a comment than a question, but yeah.
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to have another person.
Trustee Wheeler, was that your hand up? Okay. Are there members of the public?
You have one.
Trustee Conley.
Sorry, very quickly. That made me think, Trustee President Wilson, Ms. Bauer, I know that some other districts, I want to say, is it MBLA has hired like an overall virtual learning coordinator. I'm kind of assuming you are filling that role for us, that we don't have an outside hire, but that's kind of your umbrella right now, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's where we are. It's really a collaborative effort between myself and Ms. Dagger, the director of curriculum, Mr. Chang. We all, and really all of cabinet, we all really work hard together, but yes, between my departments, that we're kind of sharing and filling that role right now.
Thank you.
It's a heavy lift. Thank you, trustees.
I have one comment.
Oh, okay. It looks like we have a comment from the public. Is it a live comment or an email? Oh, there we go. Kathy Scheck, I see your hand up in the participant. Would you unmute, please?
Yes, it's Alvaro Martinez, actually. Just a quick comment regarding the Comcast Essential thing. I'm a network engineer, and I'm sorry, no matter what Comcast says, I'm looking at the specs for the sort of bandwidth that Zoom requires, and it's not going to be enough. I mean, it's barely going to be enough for 2 kids. In gallery mode, I think it requires 1.5 megabits per second to be able to attend. And gallery mode is what classrooms are using, right? And Essentials is 3 megabits per second. So that would mean 2 kids are already completely maxing out the connection. And that's going to be impossible, really, because I mean, there's efficiency problems. Like it's barely going to be enough for 2. So I would suggest maybe provide multiple hotspots to families who are in this situation. and this might help. Each one of the kids is going to go through a different wireless connection, and via the output is going to be through a different pipe. But something needs to be done for the families that are in this situation. I don't care what Comcast is saying; it's not working. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could you please state your name? Because I think you have an alternate name just for the record.
Yeah, it's my wife's name on the thing. Alvaro Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there other members of the public on the phone or in the Zoom chat that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing as there are none, additional comments from trustees? Trustee Conley?
Are board members able to attend the support groups with the clinical therapist? No, I'm just kidding. I'm really glad that that resource is available for our teachers and staff, that we are offering support groups for them, because I think everybody needs extra support right now. I'm curious about, and I don't know if you can answer this now, but what CHAC's capacity is going to be this year to support our students, especially given kind of a virtual setting. Are we going to be able to have as many students participating in small groups? How many one-on-one interactions are they going to be able to have? So I'd love to hear more about that, because I think we're going to have a large mental health need this year in our district.
So I can't answer that like off the top of my head. There was just a meeting this week with SLS and CHAC and a bunch of our providers that I was not able to attend, but I will pull that information together and I will share it with the board.
Thank you.
The number of referrals that we have is actually coming up in the October meeting when we talk about the just different metrics that we're looking at.
Great, thank you.
And I'm the board rep on the CHAC JPA, and they are still providing services. I don't know about the classroom kinds of, like with the emojis and things that they did. I don't know what that will be. I'm sure Ms. Bauer will be able to report on that, but they're definitely providing the clinical services.
And it's nice too to see the parent university pivoting a bit with some of these topics as well. And the attendance, like you said, is just through the roof. So I know, we all don't love these Zoom calls all the time, but it's really actually opens up access, I think, to people in ways that we may not have really explored in the past. So I'll take that as a positive. So thank you. Trustee Blakely?
So I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you for pulling this all together. Like you said, this is the third plan that you've had to do this year. And, I know everybody's been all hands on deck. It's just been crazy time, but I just really appreciate all the effort that you and everyone else has put into it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here. Thank you.
Almost done with this part.
All right, if there are no further comments from trustees, I will at 8:58 close the public hearing, and at 8:58 I will reopen the regular school board meeting for the Mountain View Wisconsin School District. And we'll move on then to item C, getting to stage 3. Dr. Rudolph? Uh-oh.
Give me 1 second, please. All right, so now we're talking about how to get to stage 3. I want to just acknowledge that this was developed before the state changed its guidelines in terms of, how they rate different districts. And so that, or different counties. And so that is obviously tossed a sort of a little monkey wrench into this. And so you'll see some data that's a little bit older, but obviously is something that we got to track. So just to go back, we've had a lot of different meetings over the course that have informed our return to learn plan. And we have 4 guiding principles here: keeping employees and students safe, being nimble and ready to deliver instruction in any of the other 4 stages, create high quality, equitable learning environments, and involve community in solutions and planning and implementation. I like to keep this one as just a reminder that on June 26, we had 3,900 cases. And then when we made the decision to go to stage 4 for the start of the year, there were 11,000 cases. And then obviously when this presentation was developed, there were 16,000 cases, and it still seems to be on the rise. And that's just for the county. Again, and I hate to beat a dead horse, but obviously 60% of the cases are unknown. A far higher majority of the population is Latino that's being impacted by COVID-19 compared to other subsets. And of course, we're noticing that the younger you are, the higher the increase in the number of cases across the board. So again, this is where I'm talking about. You see that the county has actually sort of changed. So now if you look at this dashboard, they are now using red, yellow, and purple as colors. So we are currently a purple county, but it looks like next week we may turn into a red one. And so that's the difference in the approach. So what do we need to do? So regardless, we're not sure where we're going to be, but if we were to do this in a very effective manner and to spend some time doing this, we would need probably about 12 weeks to ramp up to actually do this effectively. It doesn't mean that we can't do this faster, but at the same time, I want to be mindful that, I know Trustee Blakely talked about teachers being tired. You have a team of individuals that have been working nonstop since March 13th. They've worked all the way through the summer. And so we need to be mindful of how feasible it is for that team to continue working. And principals actually had to schedule all of their kids as soon as they returned, which was the first week in August, and they had to put them in distance learning, right? So clearly, if this was our only job, it would be easy to accomplish this very fast. In an ideal setting, we could schedule all of our kids in 2 weeks. However, I'm just saying if we had the data. However, considering that there's all these other things between evaluations, responding to the public, community meetings, and everything else, this is the timeline that we sort of created that we think is really feasible. So what does that mean? The first one is about training all of our staff, engaging stakeholders, beta testing a survey, and sort of a ramp up of 2 weeks. Then one of the things we learned the last survey that we did, we only gave parents a week to respond, giving them a little bit extra time. And then we do actually have to track people down because this time we are trying to place students in a particular spot. So we need to really engage in non-participants instead of assuming that we're going to, if you don't respond, the default placement will be to place you into a hybrid or a blended model. And then obviously scheduling students, all of this is done by hand behind the scenes. So this is mainly spreadsheets and everyone sort of writing this and sort of comparing notes. The bigger challenge is not about scheduling kids at the particular site, but it's about scheduling kids across the district for those kids who choose option C. And then, of course, what we've agreed to in our MOU with the unions, this is also what is a part of the waiver process, and as well as the county process, as well as the notification for family and staff, is that there is a 14 days ramp up. So even if we were to start this process and we had all this information tomorrow, it would take us 14 days to actually execute this. And that requires us going through changing students' classes, changing teachers, reintroducing them, transferring all the data over, right? And so it's a complicated process that just doesn't happen overnight. So you've seen this graphic a lot of times. I'm not going to spend my time on it, but we consider ourselves to have 3 different options. And so we really want to clarify what virtual support and connected classrooms are, because I think these terms are often used interchangeably. So we have, when we go to stage 3, which is blended, there are 2 types of teachers that sort of exist. There are really 3 types. There is the classroom in-person teacher. Then there is the virtual support teacher who is providing asynchronous learning on the days that students are out. And then there is the connected teacher, who is essentially functioning similar to what our current teachers are doing right now, right? And so all of these students, all of these teachers, with the exception of the virtual support teachers, have to be assigned based off of the agreed upon student ratios, right? So for kinder, if 24 parents from kinder decided that they wanted their kid to stay in option C, we would have to pull those 24 kids, regardless of where they are, and assign them to one teacher. The same thing goes for option, if you're a blended teacher and you're in person, we have to adhere to the guidelines for the county, which is 15-1. But then on top of that, we also would need to adhere to the collective bargaining unit, right? And so again, if we're using the kinder teacher in option, 9 of those students would have to be on an alternate day. And those 9 students, or those 15 students, depending on which day it is, or if we want to balance it out, on the days that they're not in school, they would be working with the virtual support teachers. But the person who assigns who gives them all of their assignments and provides all the feedback is actually the in-person teacher. So our goal is to offer parents and options to parents and staffs, and we want everybody to feel as safe as possible in terms of the choices that they're making. And I think this is the most important thing that I want to point out real quick, is that as we do the learning options registration survey, we need families to make a decision based off of not what they think it's going to look like, but what they know in their hearts they're going to do. So if I, as a parent, am making the decision that no matter how safe the environment is, I plan on keeping my kid in a connected classroom, then I need to choose a connected classroom. If I, as a parent, know that regardless of the number of days that my child is going to come in, because it could increase or it could decrease depending on what the numbers are and which grade level is being assigned, or what our future plan will be. So it could be 2 at minimum, it could be 4 at maximum. But if I feel that if schools were open, that I know that I'm going to send my kid in, then I need to choose B, which is a blended model. And we need parents to make that particular choice. So, given choices entails, like, we want to accommodate all of these choices, or we want to accommodate all the requests. But we need to understand that in order to make this happen, in order to have option B and option C, that means that there will be changes for almost every single student. But we don't know the extent of what that change looks like. And it's not saying that every kid is going to experience a change, but it is to say that worst case scenario, you should assume that 14 days before we open, you will get an email introducing you to a new teacher. That should just be a part of the conversation if you're choosing to go for option B or option C. So we do believe that, we do think that this inconvenience is, while it is an issue for parents mainly, not as much for kids, because kids will adapt a little bit faster than what parents do. We do think that the inconvenience is worth the opportunity to make a choice that you feel is what's right for your own student. And so what we also know is that the July survey wasn't valid, and we received a couple of requests about just use my July data. Well, part of the reason why the July data wasn't valid is because we understood, and parents started sending emails that, well, in order to retain a spot at a school, I planned on submitting, I was going to take option B, which really invalidates the data, even though they knew that they weren't going to send their kids in. So again, I want to stress the real importance to make sure that you choose the option that you feel is right. Man, most of us are sort of settled on which way we're going to go. We either know that if it is safe, that we're going to send our kid in, or if it's not safe, we plan on doing a virtual setting. And regardless of the number of days, that's going to be the driving factor. So we need to have valid data in order to do this. Also, a part of this, I think, was the influence of what occurred during the spring. Parents are making decisions in July based off of what they experienced in the spring, and what we're now hearing are different opinions about whether or not they would stay in distance learning based off of what we're doing currently. And so I think that also is a consideration. The new survey is going to start this month. We also are starting a teacher survey so that we can plan, but we've informed, as Kathy was talking about in our ERB meeting, the number of teachers that are assigned to Connected is really proportional to the number of students that are actually going to be assigned, right? So we cannot assign more teachers over to Connected when we don't have the students who are there. So that process will sort of take place, but the teachers have also been very good about explaining, as part of the teacher survey, we just adapted it so they could explain what would help them feel more comfortable with coming in if they had to. One of the comments that came out in ERB was that one of the teachers said, I would feel very comfortable if we just did more testing. Once every other month is not good enough for us, right? And so we're reaching out to El Camino to see if we can increase the number of tests that we actually have. It also gives us an opportunity for community questions. So what does this mean? So your choice is going to commit you to a learning option. So any change you request during a year, once this is executed, will require a change in your child's teacher. And it may not be implemented immediately because we're bound by class size restrictions, as well as social distancing guidelines. If you opt to move to C, we can't guarantee that you'll return to your homeschool. We've talked about this extensively. And part of that's about the social distancing guidelines. It doesn't mean that you're going to lose your place at your homeschool for the next school year, provided that we open in stage 1 or 2. But it does mean that we cannot guarantee you a spot. In fact, part of this conversation may turn out, if we go with 15-1, and depending on how things look with the numbers, we may have to move kids across to the next or the closest neighborhood school, just so that we can accommodate as many kids as possible who want to come in on an in-person basis. And I think that's important, because the more we can accommodate parents and families into our in-person classes, the easier it is for us to increase the number of days that we're going to offer. And so we're going to be very creative about how we could explore this. Students could be introduced to option B, but you have to remember that they have to, and this is an older part of it, but they have to be in a stable cohort. And then we have to determine what the time is. And then, of course, if you opt to be, your child's teacher will most likely change to a distance learning teacher. So selecting B or C. So part of this is, again, for option C, Connected is dependent on the size of the distance learning group. Students are either going to be assigned a teacher from your homeschool, or they will be assigned a distance learning teacher across the district. Curriculum is exactly the same. The number of days that a child is going to receive daily live instruction in the Connected model looks exactly the same as it does right now. But I want to be clear that aspects of special programs such as choice schools may not be possible to maintain. And part of that is because we can't assume to move all of our B-class teachers off of Mistral and to let them service the whole district, and to the point where we won't be able to offer in-person instruction at Mistral. So we have to be cognizant of that. In order to make this work, we're going to have to pull teachers from across different districts. And so it is possible that we're not going to maintain any aspects of special programs. Again, I like to just tell parents, assume the worst case scenario. Assume that if you choose a Connected model and your child has a teacher who's not from your school, it is likely that you're not going to have that particular process. Residency within the school boundaries must be maintained. We are aware of individuals who are traveling out of the district. And so we have to verify their residency, or they have to be enrolled in a different district, or in some cases, state or country we have. We've also learned that one parent's going to complete the registration, and you will get a message that says your invitation has already been used. And then if you have a preference for your child to return or attend to some option B for blended learning, you'll have to contact your principal when option B comes available. But when you choose this, we actually will be sending out one more confirmation. So this is really about after we sort of started. So what are some considerations? So the first one is, I want to be clear we are not going to implement a class change until we hit the 2-week window. Once we get close to knowing when we're going to reopen is when we will actually pull this off. All students' schedules will be completed by hand and behind the scenes, so no one is going to see the work that has to go into us, but we will make sure that we get it done. Again, I just want to warn people that most students will experience a change in a teacher. No teacher, student, class changes will take place until we execute the change. And again, look, no plan is perfect, and parents will have an option to redo, but option to redo is really contingent upon what space is available either in option B or option C, not just because I've changed my mind and I now want to move here and I'm expecting to be accommodated. We will have to adhere to the collective bargaining agreement in this case. So we've already started talking about the working condition survey, the working conditions negotiations. We are setting up meetings to work on that. We also are doing a teacher and staff survey. We do have an MOU with both MVEA and CSEA for stage 4. And we feel pretty good. And, you know, the feedback that we've heard from teachers is that they really are appreciative of all the work that we've done around safety to make sure that our campus are safe environments. And so that's a good thing. Now we want to make sure that we are allowing, that we continue to work on what the negotiations are going to be. We obviously will start the parent learning options registration soon. We'll continue to review the guidance from the state and county, and we'll continue to use the research from CDE and CDP guidance, as well as stakeholder feedback, and explore the viability of the blended model. I say this to say, you know, if you look at what the county came out or the state came out with last week, they mentioned having sort of these stable cohorts, 14-1 or 14-2, that can go every single day. It's possible once we look at what the numbers are. Now, those stable cohorts are support groups, right? They are not, it is not a teacher teaching them. That is having an adult in a room who helps to facilitate the distance learning that a teacher is doing in synchronous model. But it is possible that as we start looking at the blended model, as we get closer to it, that we may be able to make some changes. And so I've joked about this with our team, that Wednesday tends to be the favorite email day as it is now, because Wednesday is asynchronous Wednesday. And everybody likes to remind or is now starting to talk about how difficult asynchronous Wednesday is compared to synchronous Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we've even heard parents say, why would I choose to go from 4 days of live instruction with a teacher to 2 days? And so that's an honest consideration that we have, but we also don't know how many days we can accommodate, because we also don't know how many students are opting for either model. So we'll definitely look at the viability of it, and if we can make some changes, we will. We also are looking at the targeted specialized support services at schools. Obviously, one of the first ones that we've talked about is our McKinney-Vento kids, and setting up a program for them. We are going to use them as sort of the guinea pig and start looking at our SAI classes and how we can bring them back in with some type of support structure too, using the new state guidelines. And then obviously and provide additional service for them. So we'll continue to do that. And, you know, if the board has other groups that we want to target, we can look at those. I will say, though, that this is contingent on the number of people. I mean, essentially, it is akin to what the YMCA or Right at School is doing. There's only so many people that we have that are available to run these particular classes. And right now, we're not talking about bringing teachers in. We're talking about either hiring hourly employees or finding some employee who's willing to come in who is not a part of one of the collective bargaining units. And so that targeted support is contingent upon the number of people that we can find who are willing to sit in a classroom with someone. It is almost like the old study hall sort of approach for in college or the computer lab approach, right? You have somebody in a computer lab who is sitting there monitoring the computers and helping you in a time of need. However, that person is not there to provide instruction. And I know computer labs are a thing of the past, but at least when I was in college, that was like the big thing that you have, and it was the only place where you could access a computer. And then we also will look at the Santa Clara Department of Health waiver process. We have explored it. We do have to consult with our unions on it. And so what we have all agreed to is that we will collaboratively sort of approach this and figure out what's the best way to get it done. I do think, again, considering all the work that our district has done on safety, that we are in a great place where teachers do not feel at risk for their own health and safety. We put a lot of time and effort into this with our COVID checklist. And so I think for us, at least, it will be a lot easier to cross this bridge with our unions as opposed to some other districts. And then, of course, we'll continue to implement the actions outlined. And so that's the end of my presentation. It's not 100 slides this time, and so I'll open it up for thoughts and questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I'd like to start off with a question, and it's because I am strongly in favor of changing the model of option B, but how do we expect parents to commit to a choice on that if we may change what that model looks like?
So it's a great point. I think parents have to make a choice in terms of, if school was open, would I send my kid in? Knowing that, that it could increase, but the worst case scenario is that I'm going to have 2 days. I'm guaranteed at least 2, but I could get 4. And that's the choice that parents are going to that's put in front of them. In an ideal world, we would have came up with 1,000 different scenarios, and we would have narrowed them down, and we sort of would have came. But I think the information is changing so rapidly that it's sort of hard for us to stay on top of what is going to work and what isn't going to work. And so at this point, and I want to point out that every other school district that is applying for the waiver, they're not changing their hybrid model. They're still doing the hybrid model in the way that we are. We're saying that we're willing to investigate the viability of changing our hybrid model to something else, provided that we get accurate numbers. And so I think that's a different approach. But I do think, President Wilson, you're going to have to make a determination as to whether or not, if schools were ready to open tomorrow, would you send your child in? And if the answer is yes, then you should choose option B. If your answer is no matter what, I plan on keeping my kid out until there's a vaccine or until I know that things are safe, then you should choose C. We're going to confirm with you one last time that this is the option, but know that when we get to the confirmation standpoint, it is a lot harder for us to move students back and forth, because by then we would have already went through the exercise of assigning kids based off of the collective bargaining agreement. And so it's really subject to space as opposed to what you want. So I need all parents to really make a choice based off of what they know in their hearts they would do.
Trustee Conley?
Yes, I have a couple of questions, but before I ask them, I think I have to acknowledge the weight of this decision for families. This is really hard. And, every day I think we all experience a little bit of grief for the school year that our kids aren't going to have this year. It's not going to be the same. I've been thinking about it. Now I'm just thinking of it as repeated summer camps. Okay, I send my kid to summer camp. He has different teachers during summer camp. All right, well, these are really long summer camps and they're going to change, but the kids are probably more resilient than I am, and they'll be okay. For families who choose connected, based on the information you presented, it sounds like if families choose connected in the survey, instead of choosing what we ran into this summer saying hybrid, because they thought for some reason that would help them stay with their school setting, and then pulling out to connected later on, that would be their intent. It sounds like you are much more likely to get to stay with your school community as a connected student if you choose connected up front? No,
No,
it doesn't matter.
it is. I mean, our goal would be to try and accommodate as many kids as we could, right? So, I mean, it's really a math equation. But so let's look at Ms. Straw has 3 kinders, right? And so 15 kids, so that's a class size of 24 to 1. So 15 of those kids can go in person every single day in those classes. At least 27 kids who are sort of out there in the world, and those 27 kids choose to be connected. Well, here's the challenge that we face. There's only 3 kinders at the school. 27 have opted to go to connected, and 45 have opted to stay in the actual school. The 45 will get the 3 teachers because they're still at the school. The 27 will be spread out amongst a different group of teachers. Now, it is possible as you start going up different grade levels that you may run to a grade level that has, more kids who choose one option than another. And so we can sort of put them in there, and we'll try our best to squeeze them so that they're with the school. But I can't guarantee that just because the numbers just don't work out that way. And so that's when you start to go across school sites and you start to say, I got 27 kids. These kids are going to go be spread out across 5 different schools to all of those teachers.
So that is a scenario where kids are going to school 4 days a week instead of 2 days a week. Because if it was the blended model that we proposed so far, one teacher would serve 2 groups of students during the week.
Correct.
So, that would actually allow for the teaching staff from the school site more likely to be able to work with the connected kids.
Well, so in that scenario, you have 45 kids, right, who are allowed to. You have 2 classes of 24, so there's 48 slots that are available, but they're going 2 days a week and they're sort of rotating. And the third group of students could stay in a connected format. And you still have technically 3 spaces that are available for a student who was in connected and decides they want to come out. So, and that shows the difference in terms of like what is feasible and what isn't feasible. If we had 45 kids and, and we can accommodate if we're looking at what the feedback continues to say, and we can accommodate as many of those kids in in-person setting, our goal is to try to accommodate as many as in in-person setting. But if that isn't feasible and we start, and it's all a numbers game across the whole district, then we start exploring different types of options. The problem is that kids don't come in packets of 24. Because they don't come in packets of 24, it's hard to say. Now, that doesn't mean that parents haven't been savvy enough to figure the math out and haven't already sort of created their own little group of 24 kids that they want to keep. And they all plan on doing it. But, I can't, I don't know the thinking that parents are going in. I can tell you that Eli, we changed his placement from virtual to in-person within 2 days of school starting. And a large part of that was because I called and said, let's talk about what you're doing to keep it safe, because it wasn't really clear. We put in all this stuff. So I literally had a phone call with them. But my twins, who are both in college, the data is completely different for them. And so one was already in virtual learning and one wasn't in virtual learning, but she was planning on going back to school. So that decision was made right at the end too. I felt comfortable with sending Eli in, and he enjoys it. It is a little bit different and he acknowledges that. but it was based off of what I thought was right for him. And I think ultimately that's what parents are going to have to do. You have to weigh what are the safety protocols that are put in place, and then weigh in what do I think is in the best interest of him. And he loves going to school every single day, even though when we started this, he was adamant that he wanted to do virtual learning, and that's what he was going for. So I know it's hard for us as parents, but I can say, like the kids, Eli has been really resilient in terms of being able to adjust, but it's a hard choice. It was hard for me to make that choice. And it was probably an hour long. I felt bad for the head of school because he and I had to talk for an hour about everything he's doing. And I'm sure he's like, why is this guy grilling me on the cleaning protocols? But it was because I was that concerned about what does it look like at a school at any given point in time. So I say that to say, like, we want to try to accommodate as many people as possible. And we want to try to keep kids in this school as much as possible. But I can't guarantee that until I see the numbers. And once we get the numbers, we will have a better idea of what we really can do across the board.
Will there be, for students at Mistral who lose the Spanish instruction, if they're in Connected and are not with the BCLAD teacher, do we have remediation plans for future years to try and catch them back up in Spanish?
That will fall back to the school to work on and sort of figure out sort of what their approach is going to be. You know, I hate to joke, you know, but it's almost like in Marvel and Spider-Man, where you had some kids who came back after the finger snap, and they were in one set of classes, and then you have the other kids who had always been there, and they sort of kept moving on. I think what we could do is look at the data and make some adjustments based off of those kids who were in Connected and lost the opportunity, and put them in one set and provide them with a little bit more intentionality. And the other kids who were there the whole time, they sort of traverse in a different world until we can catch them back up.
I mean, this feels a little bit like a lesson in the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Like the more we try and study COVID, the more closely we examine it, the more it moves, just because we're trying to study it. So everything keeps changing all the time. The information we get keeps changing. What happens if within this 12-week window, if we get to red next week, within this 12-week window, we go back down to the purple bandwidth? It just kind of shoots everything. Yeah.
So the only way you can stay open in a purple setting is if you have the actual waiver. And so, but I think the argument is about, you know, where are we at from a safety standpoint? And you know, right now, at least in the conversation I was in earlier this week, the county, the county officers who were on the call were like, you'll go in and out of closure. But the waiver may exempt you from that. It's hard to say. I think though, the challenge will be if we go back to purple, how do we convince staff to come back in? And I think that's where understanding what staff need. So I think, you know, again, I thought it was a valid concern. Having more testing. Apple, I think, tests every week. And granted, we don't have Apple funds, right? But the fact that they're testing on a regular basis, if we can get more testing in, that helps people to feel comfortable, then I think that's what we have to do in order to make it happen. So we have to reach out to El Camino in order to make that happen. And I think we continue. We have a lot of PPE, we have a lot of cleaning protocols, we have a lot of safety things that we've done to make adjustments. I think we continue down that road. But ultimately, the first guiding principle we have is about the health and safety of our students and our staff, and that's the most important thing.
Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, can you reiterate the state's new guidance with the color scheme for folks, or maybe just for me? I know we're currently in purple. We could move to red, but what are the state's guidelines associated with those, and how do they relate to the former system that parents may have already been comfortable with?
So new guidance. So originally what happened is you were on the watch list and you had to stay on the watch list for, it takes X amount of days to get off. And it didn't really take into account whether or not you saw drops in the number of cases, nor did it take into account what the infectious rate is per 100,000. So it really took into account like our cases on the rise. So this one now takes into account what they like to call is how wide is the community spread.
It's like a proportion.
So the community spread determines where you're going to be. In fact, I'm trying to see if I can pull this up real quick. Actually, the Palo Alto Daily had a great diagnostics board. But ultimately, purple is widespread, which means that it is very restrictive. Red means that it's limited spread, which allows you to open up. It allows you to start having some in-person services. Yellow is a tier down even more. And so that's where like bars are now allowed to do in-service dining. You can like you get more in-service salons. I think salons and barbershops open up in red, whereas in yellow, you can do it inside, and then green is back to normal, I think is what the colors are. So the state is now trying to be a lot more flexible in terms of what a county is allowed to do.
Right. And so if we go to red, are there any restrictions on what that slight move to in-person learning is supposed to look like? Have they put guardrails up for us, or it's open to interpretation by each district?
So if you are in purple, you have to have a waiver. If you are in red, then you are allowed to you can operate the hybrid model at this point.
Okay.
But you can't do it for, I think, middle school is not allowed. I think it's only K through 6 is allowed to do it.
One last question. Have we at all considered, in the event we do stick with the sort of hybrid model that we have, the 8A, B-Day, 2 days of live instruction, is there any reason we haven't, or have we considered for the non-in-person days still doing synchronous instruction like the kids are already getting right now from a different virtual teacher?
Yep, we don't have the capacity to do it. There just aren't, if you think about the number of virtual teachers we have, there's just not enough because they are servicing multiple grade levels at any given point in time. And so for them to provide live instruction so let's say we were able to construct sort of a model to provide live instruction to 100 plus kids or 1,000 plus kids is just really, it's not tenable at all.
I thought a lot of it was a numbers game though, because a lot of the teachers may not opt to come in, and they're all doing distance learning now. So they're all trained to various degrees.
So remember you have your distance learning teachers who are pulled off and they have kids that are assigned to them. And then you have the teachers who are working in person. And so even if you did 50-50, you just have like 6 teachers who function in between the connected and the in-person learning. And so those 6 teachers are servicing the half of kids who are in the hybrid model, and their job is to provide the lessons. But there's no way that you can take, I mean, if we just use the example of Ms. Strahl, if half of those kids, half of the 45 were to come in at any given time, that is another 22 and a half, but we'll round it up to 23. That's 23 kids just from Ms. Strahl. And that's out of the 3 classrooms. Now multiply that by every school, assuming that there's 23. And what you end up having is you have a group of kindergartners who essentially, across 9 schools, That's a couple hundred kids who are all getting in-person instruction, live in-person instruction from one teacher at any given moment. And that's a large task to ask for anyone. And if we think, I know that the parent said, the bandwidth was pretty hard, but imagine having, we experience this 200 people or 1,000 people sitting on a Zoom call and trying to interact with them in some type of way. It just becomes a logistical nightmare, and it's just not the best way to approach it.
Thank you. Are there other questions from trustees? Okay, are there members of the public who would like to speak to the board at this time, either on the phone or in the chat? Please go ahead and raise your hand. I'm not seeing anyone. So we can move on now to comments from trustees. I'll start with some comments. I have a really strong feeling that if it were at all possible to do the B model without an AB, but with just a group and 4 days a week, you would get solid parent data on what they would be willing to commit to. I think it would be easier to staff, easier to clean, easier to cohort and contact trace. And I think it would mirror what people are getting now. I think we've set a very high bar for expectations. Nobody wanted distance learning, and now it's like, oh, these synchronous lessons are great. And while some may view it as screen time, it's an interactive screen time, and it's a social screen time, which I think is quite different than video games. In fact, I recall you mentioning seeing a kindergarten class the other day when they all were saying goodbye, and none of them wanted to leave because they were all, bye, and interacting with one another. So I would hate to see us providing this level of service and then changing. I get it's all a numbers game, which makes this all incredibly challenging because it is a scenarios game and we don't know what that scenario is. It sounds like everyone's anticipating, because of the new state guidance, that we will move into the red stage sooner rather than later. And that was in a week. Is that what I heard?
According to the data that was published today, or at least the last time I checked, and I'll go back and look, we are below the threshold. So we have daily new cases. We were less than 7 per 100,000, and our positive tests were less than 8%, which put us right in the red. But I will look at, and you have to, if one of those criteria is greater, then what ends up happening is that you end up in the more restrictive tier. But I'll look again to see where we are.
Have we made internal decisions in terms of, once it goes to red, that are we going to start the plan? I mean, I know we have the 12-week window, so we start the planning. So it kind of gives us that planning time where if we go back to purple, we haven't implemented. So that's kind of into the way that we've constructed the timeline. Is that right?
Yep, it is. And I want to point out just real quick, I know that our numbers are dropping, but I also want to remind everyone that we also have been indoors because of the smoke, which has limited a lot of stuff. And it doesn't mean, that could be a benefit to us, because the decrease of individuals who are out could have actually helped with containing the spread. And so we may, I hate to say that the fires may have been beneficial to us, but it may have been beneficial with slowing the spread of COVID. And so that may be a response, or it could be that we're going to see a spike now that the air is getting cleaner and the fires are starting to get contained. But the purpose of the 12-week window is that we really were certain of where we are. We haven't hit flu season yet. We're just at the edge of it. And we haven't hit sort of the rainy season, the cold spell, or any of that type of stuff. So I think it is possible that you're going to see some ups and downs in terms of where we're going to be going from, I think it's possible we'll fluctuate from purple to red. I mean, I went running before the board meeting today, and I can tell you I was at Crittenden Track, and, you know, I was actually surprised with the number of groups, number of people that were out there, you know, either on the turf or there was people playing softball, teams practicing. There were people doing physical fitness, and almost all of them were without mask. And so I think the challenge is that today was a good air day. Everybody's been cooped up. They want to get out. And I think that's going to impact the numbers that are going to happen. And so I hope that we continue to wear our mask and we continue to be safe and find ways to social distance. But there wasn't, unfortunately, today on the track, there was not that many people that were doing social distancing. And this was probably the worst day that I've seen. I try to go there a couple times a week. This was by far the largest number of people I've seen outside of the picture of the basketball courts.
Well, and I'll just finish up with two things. And the first is the reason I keep pounding on this changing how the model looks for option B is I really just think you'll get better, more accurate data from parents if we were at all able to pull off, one cohort 4 days a week. Doing priority by, let's say, special ed, high needs kids, English language learners, and then essential workers, and somehow to structure it like that. But needless to say, I want people to know that we're really, at the end of the day, we have a really positive working relationship with our teachers and our unions, and we are concerned about their safety. And there's a reason why we've all sheltered in place this long, and they are your best friends and mothers and grandmothers, and so when we're making these decisions, I do hope the public, even though we all want our kids back in school, we realize that some of these teachers are deathly afraid of the situation, just like some of you all are. And I hope that they take that into account when they realize that these plans are not going to be perfect. We may have to be site agnostic to get any of this done. And we realize none of this is ideal. None of us want to be here. I mean, there are so many better conversations we could be having as a school district and in a different time, but this is the time that we're in. So I just wanted to finish it off with that. Other trustee comments? Trustee Blakely?
Just to build off what you just said, Tamara, in terms of priorities, if we were going to reopen, I also would love to add in the TKs, Ks, and first graders. That might fall a little bit below some of those other categories, but I think it's just so hard. I know our little kindergartners are really impressing everybody, but still, that would be a higher priority for me.
I second that.
And I third it.
Trustee Conley?
Yeah, I also agree with if it's possible, a tiered approach to reopening with special needs students, McKinney-Vento students, moving up towards students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged or families of essential workers, and then K1 or K2. I think that we're just gonna learn as we go, and so I value a tiered approach. I'm not sold on 4 days versus 2 days right now, but I also don't feel like, it's a new idea that's just been presented to me tonight, and I actually need a little more time to think about it and to understand what we would do and how that would look. So I'm not quite bought into that yet for the hybrid model, but it doesn't mean that without more information I wouldn't get on board. I just feel like there's not a lot of information about that yet. And I want to remind everybody, this is Labor Day weekend. So, let's celebrate Monday. But you know what? Think about whether or not you want your kids back in school and let that guide your choices this weekend. And the flu vaccine is already available. My family all went and got vaccinated on Friday. Go do it. You can get it done. That's another way that we can keep our our hospitals empty, keep people healthy, and make it more likely to be able to bring kids back.
I would just like to add on to your comment, Trustee Conley, about that you've just been presented with the idea. And the only reason I have the idea is that my son Lucas is in the distance learning plan, and the asynchronous days are absolutely the most challenging. I actually had to, and I'm terrible at asking for help, but I had to have my mother come over. I cannot help him all day. And when he has the teacher, he is engaged and working, and I just can't see going from 4 days of that to only 2. I may be alone, or I may be 1/3. I don't know what it looks like for everybody, but that's the reason why. And I think a lot of people thought this wouldn't be going as well as it is for some of the upper grades. So that's sort of the impetus of the why.
Yeah, I think it's so hard because I totally hear that, and I can see how that would be really, really hard. I also know families who prefer the asynchronous day. And so if they could have 2 days of in-person and then asynchronous for the other 3 days when they would otherwise be online, they'd be really happy. So it's kind of like, you know, whenever we craft this mysterious survey we send out, it's not a mystery, it's very transparent. Whenever we craft this transparent survey we're going to send out, if we could somehow, maybe that's the place to ask people about whether or not, I feel like we need community input on which way to go on that, because it's just not something we have talked about with the broader community. It was more like in the focus groups before.
Right.
I just want to point out, remember we have the survey that's going out right now, which one of the things it says is asking about what are the opportunities and sort of what are the things we have. So we'll be able to take the distance learning survey and sort of craft something from there based off of the feedback that we have, right? And we'll be able to parse out the data and sort of go. I would say, like, at the end of the day, I'm just putting out the possibility that we could possibly change it. It doesn't mean that we can or we can't. And we won't know until we can see what the numbers look like and we look at what the feedback suggests.
Are there other comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler?
So I know we're talking about elementary school, preschool and elementary school, and you know that's where the law is right now. But do you have a sense of what's going on with middle school?
So middle school, unfortunately, is still, it's not allowed in the waiver process. So we would have to move from red to the next color, which is which is orange, in order to get there. And so one of the questions, I would just say, just looking at the county data right now, they now have what's called the adjusted case rate, which is now at 6.7, but the new COVID positive cases is 8.6, and the positivity rate is 3.5. So what does it all mean? Positive test rate is actually in moderate, which is orange, but depending on which number we're using, whether it is the 6.7, which puts us in substantial, or whether it is the 8.6, which puts us in widespread, is really going to be the determining factor. But middle schools have to get to the orange, which is moderate, in order for them to come back. And then it's not even clear on how frequently they can come back too.
And that adjusted number that you pointed to, Dr. Rudolph, just like for the public's information, is based on the amount of testing that's going on in the county. So the state adjusted for, if a county is doing more tests than the state is required, then they have an algorithm that takes the actual rate per 100,000 and shifts it based on the amount of testing going on. So Santa Clara is doing a lot of testing right now.
All right, are there additional comments from trustees? All right, well, we will move on now to board updates.
So I submitted mine, nothing remarkable. And I have a question. Do people still want us to submit written comments for board updates? It seems like I'm the only one who does it a lot of the time.
I just feel bad about not doing it. I aspire to do it. It's just finding the wherewithal to get it done.
I think
Falls
it's
off of my plate too.
Yeah, I think it's, I feel like it's important for members of the public and the taxpayers to see what we're doing. And I know that I have more quote unquote free time than the rest of you, which is why I can put those in. But if you all feel like, yes, let's have this be a goal, I'll certainly keep submitting mine. I'll put in a pitch. I've been going to, I had said before, I go to some AXA things sometimes. So they have like a weekly AXA lunch meeting where they'll have speakers and discussions. That one is really good if you ever can go to that. And then they'll have one on like Mondays at 5:30. And, you know, it's more of a kind of, help everybody feel like they're in the same place kind of thing. So, so trustees can go to that. I don't know if you ever attend those, Dr. Rudolph, but I would recommend those.
All right, thank you, trustees. I'd say back to the board updates. I'd submit them. I used to be way better at it. I'm just frankly overwhelmed right now. But I think documenting what you do is valuable. I think most trustees were on today's challenge team meeting. I thought that was a really wonderful presentation and exercise. But, you know, and I agree with you, Trustee Wheeler, that it's valuable for the public to know, all the various activities that we're doing behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would encourage you to keep submitting them to Nancy. So right now, then we'll move on to items for future agendas. We started posting these as a link. And I believe, I'm not sure if it made it onto this one. So we're going to have Brown Act training coming up, the ethnic studies adoption discussion, and the reopening to learning update. I also believe, and Dr. Rudolph, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to have a resolution in support of Prop 15, the Schools and Community First Act, at a meeting.
We have Brown Act coming up October 1st. We have the resolution coming up. We have a presentation around professional development that we've given teachers coming up. And then we also, we have the report card or the dashboard about how we're doing thus far coming up too, where we look at different metrics for distance learning.
All right, thank you. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so regarding Brown Act, I know that you all said you wanted to do it before the election. And you said, well, the candidates can watch it. I'd like us to be a little more assertive than that and include them in, the conversation or the questions, and, maybe have this be a study session, or at least allow them to spend more time questioning, the attorney and have it be a discussion instead of a discussion of two board members that we know are going to return, and then maybe another, and then two we know are not. So we know we're going to have two new board members. So I would like the candidates to have more access to this Brown Act training than regular members of the public.
What I'll say is one option would be to invite them, because it'll be on the 17th. And I believe on the 19th, which is just a mere 2 days later, is their half day, get up to speed with the district, meet with Superintendent Rudolph. So perhaps they could submit questions to that and get some follow-up specifically. I'm not sure if all trustees are comfortable having a Q&A including potential board members in that manner during our regular public board meeting or business meeting.
Yeah, so what we've done in the past sometimes is have something called a study session, and it's a more relaxed public input discussion kind of thing. And that's what I would like to see for this, instead of just a regular agenda item where you know, these people that are going to be on the board have some meaningful discussion about this topic. And I understand what you just said about, well, they can ask questions, you know, on the Saturday, you know, that will be without an attorney there. So anyway, that's my request.
I think if we want to do that, we should postpone it until they can all.
Until they're on the board.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
that would be my
use of the
my
time of the
preference.
folks who'll actually be on the board rather than, you know.
That would be my preference, to have Brown Act training for our current board, you know, the board that is going forward. But Trustee Blakely, I know you wanted, I think it was partly because you wanted members of the public to have a better understanding of the Brown Act. And I don't know if that's important to you to happen before the election or just in general.
I think it's important for me. It's important in general. And I have some questions that I really am struggling with about it. And, you know, I don't want to wait until January or whenever. I mean, I don't know if I'll still be on the board then, but I don't want to mess up. And I don't want us to be exposed to more litigation.
I think what we should do is keep the item as is, and it'll be a Q&A, an informational session and Q&A with the current trustees. And then the next board can decide to have a study session with everybody present to do a more deeper dive on it. That might be the best way to handle it. It's because most of us we're fairly up to speed, but there could be some subtle nuanced questions like Trustee Blakely was just mentioning, where that could be clarified and done so in a public manner, but still be an efficient use of time. And then the next board can do a special study session. So everyone can get up to speed and hear where everybody sits on the item. That would be my recommendation.
Just a question, or segueing off of what both you and Trustee Wheeler are saying, could we schedule a meeting so that a particular hour of it is a study session? So it's like our regular meeting, but we start off with an hour-long study session or something, so that it doesn't really disrupt the rhythm of the board meetings?
I don't see why we couldn't, and I'd be happy to do that. I just, yeah. I can't commit to any more like Saturdays or.
No,
I just really
but
can't.
that's often the way we've done study sessions. It's been, you know, like the first hour is a study session, the rest of the meeting is a regular board meeting.
And I love that idea. I'm just feeling really uncomfortable about opening it up to folks that aren't currently on the board in that manner, but
I think that, so when we've held other study sessions and the public's been able to participate, it's been, there have still been kind of guidelines or rules or norms around how the public participates in those settings. Mm-hmm. And this is carving out for 5 members of the public, something that the rest of the public doesn't get to do, but these members, other than Trustee Blakely, aren't actually in elected office yet. So it's giving them special treatment. Yes, they are candidates, but I agree that I think the most appropriate time for that study session is after they've been sworn into office. And like a short, like 20-minute briefer on the Brown Act for the current board might be appropriate right now if people, there are some like sorting issues going on. But I think that study session should come with people who have been elected, because otherwise we're privileging the voice of people who haven't actually been voted into office yet, if over other members of the public. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm
And
explaining.
I think it's due diligence. I think it handles the reason why the issue was brought up in the first place. And it also opens up the gateway for a deeper dive once the election's passed and they're sworn in.
You could
So,
always,
Trustee Conley.
just sorry, you could always, because this board is actually scheduling the December 19th meeting, you could actually schedule a Brown Act training as part of the first day of training too, in addition to this other day. So then that way they can submit questions through public comment similar to what everybody else says, and we can read those. And if a trustee decides that they want to ask them again, it's possible. And then on the first day that whoever takes office, they have the opportunity to do it also. I do want to point out that yes, board meetings are about engaging the public, but ultimately the board meeting is about the board. And so it's really geared towards allowing the board who doesn't have the opportunity, which is really what the Brown Act is, to have a conversation in public and allow the public to sort of deliberate. And so I can always reach out to William Tunick if it's a desire of the board to see if we can get him on the December, whatever day that is, meeting also. So then you've covered both bases. They have the opportunity to hear it once, and then they have the opportunity on their first day to get it again.
Yeah, unless anyone objects, I'd like to handle it that way and get it on the agenda planning matrix. And then we still keep the Brown Act, the round one in place for September 17th.
Well,
Trustee.
I'd also like to point out that the California School Board Association usually has their annual conference in, I think it's the end of November, early December. So it is after the election has taken place. It is before the actual swearing in of new public officials. But I attended my first year, and one of the things they do right off the bat, they have a special session for new board members, and then they have a whole session focused on the Brown Act. So, you know, we don't have to be the only resource for that too. That was incredibly valuable to me, and I would really encourage all the candidates who I'm sure are still watching right now to, you know, look that up, put it on their calendar, and have it as a plan that if they're elected, that's a resource that they should really take advantage of.
And to piggyback off of that, the Masters in Governance courses cover a lot of this as well. So that'll be a resource available to them as well. Okay, I think we have future agenda items covered, and we have the future. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I'd like to say one more thing since we're talking about candidates. I think everybody, or I know I've sent some people, the League of Women Voters is going to be doing a candidate forum for the Mountain View Westman School District candidates. And that's always a good event. It's on the same night as our Santa Clara County School Board Association meeting. But anyway, I would encourage all of us to sign up for, and that's going to be a virtual candidate forum.
That's, I think I calendared that. Since we have a good number of people on still with us, isn't that on the...
It's like the 23rd or something, 20.
Yeah, it's
on a Wednesday.
It's the Wednesday. It's at 7:00 in the evening. So I believe you can get the information to register from the League of Women Voters. And this council candidate forum is Monday, the 21st at 7:00.
So you can go to lwvlamv.org. So that's League of Women Voters, Los Altos, Mountain View.org.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, if there's no more comments, the future board meeting dates are listed on the agenda. We have September 17th, October 1st, October 22nd, and November 5th. And with that, at 10:09, we will adjourn this meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
So before 11.
Good night.